Okay. There we go. Didn't have that going for it. That's why, because I was wondering. I was like, wait a minute, did I make sure there's an audio on this one part? But yeah. Welcome, welcome. Sorry if I made y'all think I wasn't here or anything like that. But yeah, we'll be getting started soon. To 12 Neef saying this is a nice surprise. Just got home from work. Glad I was able to give you a good surprise for that. But yes, let's see. Just gonna try to put a blast out for everybody. Hmm. Yeah, pretty much. This is pretty much just spur of the moment stream because I thought it would be a nice thing to do that I know people would probably want to see from me. Um, hmm. Yeah, sorry, taking. Sorry, everybody. Just want to make sure everybody knows. Okay, that's set up. I gotta get the other screen set up for you, so y'all have some visual intrigue. See, it was 2018, right? Dang, wait, it was, or was it 2019? It was 2019. That's definitely not it. Here we go. There we go. And you can put you right here. Just want to get that going. Yeah, just give me a second, everybody. No. Okay. Gonna just getting the next screen all good for you. Okay. Ooh, that is not the color I needed. This color. Even then, it needs to be more that way. And now we can drop it. Jeez. And none. This looks like what? Ooh. That changed a bunch. Okay. Well, anyway, welcome everybody to the stream. Glad y'all could join me for this. Just a bit of a, like I said, spur of the moment thing I wanted to do. Just talking animation discourse, and also going to do a tier list a little bit after. Mainly, this whole thing is talking about some sort of recent like bit of discourse that's been going. It's not exactly the most recent. It's more or less it's been around for a while, but you know, it's kind of bubbled up a little bit now. So I wanted to get into it to talk about it a little bit. So for the first bit of discourse, and I need to close this. Um, is amphibia. Yeah, ultimately, I mainly wanted to talk about a certain thing that people think about this series that kind of rubs me the wrong way a little. Like it's just people have been kind of saying this whole thing about the first season is that you don't that you could just skip the first season of Amphibia, and I really don't. Genuinely disagree with that personally. It's not even personally. I lot even from like just a writing standpoint, I don't think it's right to skip like genuine material or so. That's actually important. In this instance, people are saying amphibia, because a lot of people have anime brain and they think anything that doesn't feel like it's relevant to the like overall story or the overarching narrative is basically filler. And to me that's asinine because at the end of the day, filler is not supposed to be applied to Western animation in terms of TV shows at all. Like you can't apply it because in Western animation, it's not based on any like book that's like still going or anything like that. A lot of Western animated shows are like brand spanking new ideas. I mean, new like IPs and such. So a lot of it's made sort of in a sense like made up as you go along, in a sense, and so they don't really have to pause anything. Whatever they're putting in, like whatever episodes they come up with, plot lines and character arcs, all of it is relevant, even if you may think that didn't feel relevant. It's like, no, it probably was relevant, but it was more relevant in a different way. I think a lot of people just don't think about like character arcs. People think character arcs always have to fully connect back to a story, and it's like sometimes they do, but sometimes they don't really. If anything, as long as the story is building these characters even. So that's just something that's just a thing that I find annoying when it comes to people saying this about amphibia or any type of Western animation, but mainly amphibia, because people are straight up saying skip an entire season, a whole season, the first season, mind you. Like, or they'll try to clean it up and be like, oh, watch this episode, that episode, like about 2 or 3 episodes of season 1, like the first episode and one of the like the mid-season finale, and then like the finale or something of that nature. And it's like, no, watch it all. I'm sorry, but it's like it's best to watch it all. There's literally no reason to just straight up say, oh no, you shouldn't. Exactly. Eden's Blue saying skipping nearly 1/3 of the story. Yeah, that's nuts to me. And Jonah Youngkin, yes, this is kind of stemming from Shifrillis or Shifrillis. I'm never sure if I get the name right, but like, because they kind of, something happened on Twitter where I'm pretty sure they mentioned they basically said, yeah, you could skip the first season, and to me, I'm just like, no, you can't. And Matt Brawley, like even got into it. I mean, or like responded about, because it's like, yo, that's a lot of hard work we put into it, and you're just gonna tell people, hey, skip past this part, past the introduction to the main cast, to the main cast and supporting cast even. And I can't get on board with that at all. It's like you're literally missing so much when you do that. Like, you don't get any of, because the most important thing that comes down the line later on is basically you get is Wartwood. It's Wartwood. Without the first season, you have no real connection to Wartwood in the third season, because I mean, sure, because in the second season they only was only there for like half of it, and even then you're not really getting all of Wartwood like that. You're just getting it. It feels like you're mostly just getting random townsfolk that Anne and the Planters keep fucking around with, and that's just what's this saying? No data. The stream will end shortly. Oh, sorry. I guess YouTube got a little funky or crapped itself. I don't know, but yeah, I just can't get behind this at all because there's so much in it. You don't get, you're not gonna get Hop Pop and Sylvia or even Sprig and Ivy, or understanding why those are like important pieces to this puzzle of the Planters. Like I just think it's just not. And you don't get a lot of Anne's growth. You know what I'm saying? That's a big deal. The fact that it's like, because she just was so irresponsible and everything, and it's crazy to think that it's like, yeah, skip that whole entire season with her arc in it, or skip to like the end of her arc, in a sense. And it's like, and I'm just like, no. That makes no sense. You're not making any sense when you're saying skip a season. Like, filler only applies to anime. It can never apply to Western animation. It just can't. Like, unless we do it like anime, where a lot of them are based on manga that is still going even. Like, but that's usually not the case. A lot of our animation, if it's based off of something, it's usually based off of, say, a book or some other supplementary material or something like that. So I just find it, and yeah, when you think about it in the sense of the people who made the show, like, it's crazy because that's kind of insulting to their work. It's like, yo, we put in all this effort and you're just gonna tell people, hey, skip over this part. Sorry, y'all, just want to move this over a little bit. Season 1, let's see, a little monkey. Season 1 was super important, though. Who's calling it filler? Some people genuinely believe this. I remember even the nostalgia critic Doug Walker, like on his Disney Sember, even sort of, I don't know if he fully said skip that season or not, but I think he did. I'm not sure, but he was in that, pretty much playing in that ballpark that's like, yeah, the first season's not really that interesting, and it's like, no, it is interesting. It's just, I get that it's like, oh, we're in this unique, fantastic world and we want to see all the different landscapes and everything and see the big grand spectacle. Totally understand that, but I don't think we're really getting any. I still think it's important to understand who lives in this world. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can run. They can always make it so it's like bright and colorful characters with each new location they come across, but you still have to spend a significant amount of time there. You know what I'm saying? You still need to spend some time with those people, with those characters, in order to give a crap that, that things are going to turn out poorly or things are going to get really, really bad. That's my thing. Like, I don't know, like, I totally get it, I get that it's like, some episodes just might not feel like they're that important, but it's like, when you really look at the grand scheme of things, you start to realize, no, these episodes on look back, when you think back to them now, are actually genuinely important because you have to analyze everything that happened to the character, And this was something I was also thinking about. It's like, say you skip the first season, and there's like a certain thing about the character that shows up in the later season, but you're thinking that's out of nowhere, that feels out of character. Even you're gonna be like, whoa. I mean that's not gonna feel, that's gonna be insane, because it's like, that's on you now, because you skipped the part that actually explains that important piece to the puzzle. Like, that was important to this character, and you skipped over the part where this character learned this thing, or showed off this trait. You know, it's just asinine. It's just completely asinine to me. What was it? Little Monkey says that's like calling season 1 of Teen Titans 03 filler. You need the first season to experience and to get to know the world and exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. Eden's whole town in season 3 would do anything because Anne said it. You miss all the context of why skipping. Exactly. You're getting it right then and there. Literally, Wortwood respects the crap out of Anne. They would die for Anne, basically. And you're not going to understand any of that when you get to, if you just skip over things. You're not going to understand why everybody loves the planners and would do so much for them. Or even understand how they could get so whipped into shape. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you skip a lot of the season, you don't understand how this small unassuming little farm town basically could somehow become like genuine soldiers to fight in a revolution, you know? Also, good afternoon. How y'all doing? Doing pretty good. Enjoying this. I'll admit this is different. This is a little different than what I normally do, because most of the time I'm just like streaming a game. And I wanted to like change it up. I was like, let's play more to specialties, because I feel like most people who are subscribed to this channel don't give a crap about me playing a video game. You know what I mean? You know, it's like you're here for the tunes, so it's like, let's talk tunes. You know, it's, if anything, this feels like it's sort of like a live version of Simple Thoughts. That's what it feels like to me. Except now I actually have people who can respond in real time. So I don't know. That's something I'm enjoying right now. Dang, could I change this to something? Nope. Dang. I was like, how could I change my thumbnail during? But I don't think I can do that. Oh well. But yeah. But yeah, this whole stuff, I just could never get behind it, because it's like, there's so much important stuff when it comes to amphibia, and just skip it over. Let's see. I don't know. What was I looking for? I was looking for this. Like, you really, a big thing you're not gonna get. Oh my god, that ballooned. So, but yeah, big case of that. Big case of what you be missing. You're not really gonna grasp the bond between Anne and Sprig. Like, this scene broke so many people. It was that powerful of a scene. But you know, the interesting thing is, you need season 1 to understand why that's such a powerful scene. You know, you're not gonna understand why these two could share this strong of a moment with each other. You're not gonna understand the fact that it's like Anne and Sprig are brother and sister, basically, by this point in season 2. You know, I'd fight for that frog family, Your Honor. Lead the charge, soldier. Like, it's just kind of ridiculous to me to think that it's like, yeah, we could just skip so much development. It's like, nah. Don't. It's like, watch the show, okay? It's like, that's what I say. It's like, just watch the show. There's literally no reason to just skip over a whole season, okay? I know, I don't know. Like I said, I get that because the big thing, like I said, is people really don't know how to differentiate how anime is made and how Western animation is done. You know? Hey, Kiki. Thanks. But like, it's just one of those things, like, we gotta understand the way like Japanese studios make like anime and such is significantly different from how Western animated shows are done. You know, that's just how it is. Like, a lot of anime is based on a manga that's still going, and these like Western animation is just not. So, and a big thing also was the fact that so many people are a little bit scarred from watching Steven Universe's like Townie episodes. You know, a lot of people hated the Townie episodes, and it's just like, okay, I get that the Townie episodes were not great, but and some of us are finally recognizing that it's not even the crew's fault on that. But like we have to acknowledge the fact that those were just a case of like some studio meddling here and there on that front. You know what I'm saying? Like all these other cases, it's like, and even then, those were just one episode. Like, you know, like a few of those were just a few episodes. Most of everything else is like, oh no, this is important. This explains this and that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. With Amphibia, it's like there's so much we lose. There's genuinely so much you get lost from just skipping season 1. Like, you don't really understand how Anne and Sprig became brother and sister. How they basically like fixed each other in a sense and helped each other significantly. You know? Like, like Anne gave Sprig Ivy basically, and helped him so much on that front. And helped everyone in Wartwood. Like she really managed to get them to change up, you know, to show that it's like, yeah, you're different, but we can accept you, you know. It's just like, I never get it, because it's like, and it's what helped them learn that it's like, we can fight back against this tyrannical crap, you know, all this taxation stuff. Like without Anne, they wouldn't have fought back. They would have just continued to let those tax collectors, like, let the Toad tax collectors, like, take their shit. And it's like, no, that's wrong. Like, we gotta stand up for ourselves. Like, come on. Like, that's just, it's just nuts to me. You don't get a lot of Polly's, you don't get any of Polly's, like, development, really. Like, that's the biggest, that's another big thing. It's like, literally, like, Polly is so significant to a lot of this stuff, especially with her connection to Frobo. Yeah, like like Frobo became a genuine formidable enemy. It's like, oh, or formidable like ally for a bit, until he got a bit put out of commission until the finale. But still, it's like, you really don't grasp like how Polly was all super destructive, but eventually she learns, it's like, slow it down, okay? It's just, it's just weird to me, man. Like, you don't understand the sibling bond of Polly and Sprig. And you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't really understand how they can have a bit of a rivalry, but at the end of the day still care for each other. Or a big part is Hop Pop. Like, he's a super significant character, you know? And to say skip over a lot of his development, I'm like, no, because I don't think the episode where it's revealed that he was hiding the music box from Mann, like, I don't think it was called The Storm, right? Like, I don't think that would have hit. I don't think it would have hit as much. Like, it would have, I think it probably would have been like, dang, that hurts. It does. But like I said, I don't think it really would have been. It's like, imagine skipping Hop Pop Bear. Exactly. Like, to skip that's so significant. That, like, is so important. So I can't get into that. Like, skipping such an important reason for such an important thing about Hop Pop learning to actually trust Polly and Sprig to actually be able to take care of themselves. You know, because that's the thing people forget, is that Hop Pop was super protective of them, which led him to, you know, hide the music box. But we forget in season 1, it's like, he was so protective. He was constantly telling you, hey, don't do this dangerous thing. Don't do that dangerous thing. Like, he was a major curmudgeon. And Anne came along and changed that about him. You know? That That's why it's like when we get to the reveal of the box being buried by Hop Pop, it hits so hard. You know, we're just like, he was starting to doubt himself. He was starting to really think about the fact that it's like, oh my god, this is basically my adopted granddaughter, and I am, in a sense, and I'm screwing her over by basically trapping her here. Like, you know, it it genuinely was a messed up situation, but we wouldn't get that. We wouldn't really appreciate none of that. The one thing that you could argue is that, okay, we didn't get a lot of Sasha, Ann, and Marcy like develop like their bond in the first season because they were separated, but I think season 2 and 3 helped make up for it. Particular, yeah. Honestly, yeah. Seasons 2 and 3, I think, help make up for a lot of the bond and seeing how it plays out properly. You know, because a lot of the story is mainly about Anne and her growth. Because, yeah, because you know the big message is that it's like sometimes it's like you have a friend group and they're great and all, but you kind of can't stay together because you might start bringing each other down. You know, you maybe it's like at a later time this can work for you a lot better. You know, and that's what we learned by the end with them. But it's it's mostly Anne's like story. It's more her personal arc to go through, and I think it's like you can't just skip over season 1 because season 1 is what showcases a lot of like that frailty in Anne. Is that she was so easy to just go along with whatever, like especially when she was going along with the toads in the tax collecting. Like that was a significant messed up thing, and she went along with it because she was a pushover in the human realm. You know, she was constantly just letting Sasha just walk all over her. But it was her going to Amphibia and staying in Wartwood and getting to know those people and everything that showed her the errors of her ways. That showed her it's like, nah, I can't let myself be a pushover. I can't let people dictate what I want to do, what I need to do, or anything like that. I gotta do me for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just genuinely one of those things that's like, we got it's just insane to me for anybody in the animation community to say what any Western animated show it has filler, or to even say they have a filler season. Like, no, they don't. They can't have filler. Okay, like y'all gotta learn to appreciate the episodes where it's mostly just character building. Like, I think that's what so many people just don't understand, is like, you want good character building. Like, you genuinely always want good character building. Without it, it's not going to be that interesting. It's just I could not get into that get behind that mindset that you should just skip these episodes. It's like, no, only in anime does it make sense, because in anime, when they do like filler arcs and stuff, none of it connects to anything. Like, none of those characters will come back. None of those characters will play a role in the bigger story. They're literally just here to, in a sense, waste time. And I can't get into that. Like, like, a lot of these shows, they put a lot of hard work into them. They genuinely do care about the characters, and they do want to see them, like, grow and become better people. But to go as far as to say, oh no, you should skip this episode, when it's like, this episode explains a lot about this character, and if we don't, and you're just skipping past, it's like, you're not gonna get it later. You're gonna be lost. You're gonna be helpless and stuck. Just like, like, oh my god, why is this character doing this? This is out of nowhere. It's like, no, if you watch this episode from this that you skipped, you would have understood why they did this thing. Like, this is why we say like, people need better media literacy. Like, they do. A lot of people genuinely do. and it's because it's like people just skip over how to read these things that they watch and enjoy. And I'm just like, nah, man, no. You can't skip this stuff. You got to really pay attention to stuff, cuz I feel like a lot of people work a little backwards on things. I feel like a lot of people, when it comes to how they consume media, they interpret what's surface level and take what's surface level as an interpretation. If that makes any sense. I hope that didn't sound like some wacky Zen riddle or anything like that. But like, I'm hoping that makes sense to y'all. Like, chime off in chat if that makes sense. But like, I just I just think that's just kind of a problem a lot of people do. Like, some people will read into some things, and they're gonna be like, and their whole shtick is like, oh no, it's not. Like, their whole thing is like read into something, and it's like they're reading it on a surface level, and it's like, no, this is supposed to be an interpretation moment. You're not supposed to take this in a literal sense. You're supposed to actually interpret some things here and there. And then the opposite thing happens, where it's like something that just like explained explicitly on what it is. It's explained explicitly on what it is, and they misinterpret it. It's just crazy to me. In fact, this is kind of a recent thing. It was I'm gonna switch over. Yes. There was like this one thing on Twitter. What the? I'm about to say, I thought Twitter was down. Like, it wasn't showing up for a second. I was like, is Twitter dead? Okay, yeah. Gonna go to this screen. Yeah. Like, this was a thing, and I kind of like went after this dude for a bit. Like, this dude, like, people have been kind of shitting on the new TMNT movie, and I'm just like, y'all are nuts, okay? This is like one of the best like TMNT movies we've gotten in a while, especially after the fucking Bayverse craps. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I'm like, if I was a kid, and let me actually pause this before they copyright strike me. Now that I think about it, I was like, did I just let that play? Oh man. Oh, that don't hit me. There's new Discourse. I haven't seen any since Primos. It's not as, thank goodness, it's not as bad as Primos. It by no means, but it's still a little like, ugh, you guys. Because like the Primos Discourse, that was all, ugh. But that's a whole nother topic. In this case, like I said, people were crapping on TMNT, and people basically some people just don't like exactly, like, I don't get the hate for the scene neither. Like, some people were mad at the portrayal of the turtles as teenagers. They're speaking in super major slang or New York slang and everything, or a lot more like of today's slang. And I'm finding it crazy because it's like, do they not understand what the Ninja Turtles are? It's like, are we forgetting Cowabunga, dude? It's like, Mondo Epic. Are we forgetting that's what they were talking like in the 80s series? Like, it's so weird to me. It's genuinely so weird to me, because it's like, y'all act like the turtles were always these timeless entities that, like on the Looney Tunes. It's like, no, they've always been dated. It's just they've kind of learned, hey, maybe we can like update them to fit each different era, basically, or in a sense make a different type of timelessness to them in terms of teenagers, or kind of time capsule a little bit. Because the thing is, this trend where the turtles are acting more like teenagers, that was honestly kind of started more with Rise of the Ninja Turtles, the 2018 series. And like, that series, that was the one that said, okay, let's really play these up as teenagers. You know what I'm saying? Like, mm, always drink water, people. That was the one where they made it more like the way they talk, the way they act, and everything. It's like, oh, they're all total goofballs. It's like Monkey says, it's like, let the turtles be cheesy, goofy, and teenagers. Exactly. That's what teenagers are. They're cheesy. They're goofy. They're dorks. Let the turtles be dorks. You know, even Raph is some type of dork. Okay, like, so that's why it's like it makes more sense to just let find. It's so great to see this type of scene. You know, this type of scene literally is an embodiment of how of genuinely a new age of the turtles. You know, the way they're talking, especially and it's so clever in this, is the fact that it's all improvised. And hey, Tune for Thought, shout out to Tune for Thought. uh, I think, you know what I'm saying, like this scene was so, like, when I first saw this scene, I was like, oh my god, I love this. This is what I'm like, I didn't think you could do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, because let's face it, a lot of the time in like animated movies or even kids media in general, they try to emulate what kids are talking like they emulate the slang, but it usually falls flat because it's like, yeah, they don't talk like that anymore. Like, that is not how they talk. You're off by so many years, or hell, you're even off by a decade. And so, like, that's just what I find a little bit strange on that front. You know, how people can just say, I mean, how, to me, I just think this is like such a interesting way to do the turtles now. It's like to actually embrace like the new slang that's been spoken. And in this, and what's really unique about this scene, they use New York slang. They're using direct New York slang. Like, I don't think a lot of people understand this though. You know, like in the 80s, the turtles were constantly speaking like sort of surfer slang, you know, with the cowabunga and mondo epping and stuff like that. And that type of talk wasn't really New York. That wasn't New York. They don't talk like that. You know, a lot of it's a lot of that type of talk was more surfer. You know, so you're thinking, in your mind, you should be thinking, wait a minute, they live in New York, and they were raised in New York, but they somehow have the slang of California. Can we make that make sense a little bit? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just, it's like you can't, that's what's so weird. So when they do it here, where they got them actually speaking in like sort of New York accents, or trying to, or doing all this goofball shit like the we outside, like that's like, I was like, that's New York. That's New Yorkers, and it pisses off New Yorkers too, because they're like, because they have to admit, it's like, this is how y'all niggas be acting sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, genuinely, like, so that was so amazing that they really said, let's have them act like actual teenagers and act like they are raised in New York. You know what I mean? The fact is, they learn this stuff not through actually speaking with peers, not through like living in New York and just being a product of the proper environment exactly, but mainly from social media. They had smartphones, and so it's like, yeah, they're going to be getting a lot of New York stuff, obviously, because it's New York. It's a big part. It's a big part of the U.S. It's a well-known part of the U.S. and they're living in it, of course. So they're taking in all of that stuff, and so that's why when they're spouting off all this, like, when they're spouting off all these different like points, or driving off all these different like references to all this stuff in pop culture, it makes sense. It actually makes sense on this stuff. Dude, listening to this on my drive home from work, because I have a date data plan that allows for that now. Well, congratulations. I'm hearing your voice on my freaking car speaker. hope it's hope it creates a soothing ride home for you. But that's my thing on it is like the fact of the matter is that they essentially like understood that it's like we need these turtles to be acting more akin to where they're from. You know what I'm saying? Like that was always a big problem to me. Big problem with it for me is that sometimes the turtles they were just these mutant turtles. You know, they focused on the ninja part, they focused on the turtles part, or they focused on the ninjas. Did I say ninjas already? I said ninjas already, didn't I? It's like they focused on the mutant, the ninja, and the turtles part of them, but they never really focused too heavily on the teenage part. Because a lot of the time, this was from the 80s into, even to a degree, 2012, but it was starting to die down with 2012. Like, that's when the shift was starting to kind of happen a bit, really. But most of the time, they felt like just adults. Like, even if you look at, like, the 2012, like, look at this. We're gonna do this. TMNT. Like the 2003 Turtles. Like, you look at these guys. Like, look at them. These guys these do not look like teenagers. These guys look like straight up adults. So it's one of those things where it's like, it was always a weird thing to be like, the teenage mutant is like, teenage, really? You know, it's almost a little bit like Power Rangers a bit. It's like, okay, it's like, those are teenagers? It's like, feel like they were held back a few times, maybe. You know? And like, I just say, they got mortgages. Those are grown those are grown turtle men. You're not wrong. That's my thing, bro. Like, these are grown, like, these are basically grown ass green men. Man, what's your opinion on the character designs in Mutant Mayhem? I love those designs. I actually love the designs because it's continuing that philosophy of actually, we can go back to, yeah, and I'm gonna put up a picture real quick, but it's continuing that philosophy of the turtles pretty much being like different, like, even though they're brothers, probably born on the same days and such, but they recognize they are not supposed to be the same. Sorry. I did not have the right window up, but we'll put this up. Okay, I gotta shrink this a little bit. But I love how they all look so distinguished. Like, I'm like, in terms of Raph's red bandana, like I think he needs to I genuinely think that should just be a Raphael, like, just a staple in any Raphael design. I absolutely love this. And you know what's gonna suck to have to admit about this whole thing? This came from the Bay Turtles. That's what sucks so much. Like, it was the Bay Turtles that gave Raph the bandana. And it's like, it had to come from such a gross place. It's like, it's great where it came from, but it was, it was bad where it came from, but it was a great idea. And it's like, I don't want to have to admit that. Oh my god. But yeah, I think I really enjoy how the distinction of all these turtles. I was at first a little skeptical about the glasses on Donnie, you know, because that was also from the bay turtles, and like I hated it. I hated it there because it's like, oh, it's the I'm a nerd type, like dorky ass glasses and such. But and it's even down to the like having the little tape in between because it somehow got snapped in half. Which, being someone who wears glasses now, it's like, how do you snap these things in half like that? I don't know. Maybe it's because he got punched. I don't know. But I digress. Like, I just think it works here for this Donnie because for one, they're not too dorky. They are big, but they're not like the big bifocals that's like that magnifies your eyes. You know, like his eyes are basically in proportion to like his face, or in proportion to in comparison to everybody else's like eyes. So I don't know, like, but yeah, like honestly, like I think, like I genuinely like how everybody looks here. I even like how Michelangelo is a little bit more like someone said in chat. It was like watermelon head. It was like, yeah, he got a watermelon head. He definitely got a watermelon head, and like it's funny because but I think that works to his advantage. It kind of makes him look a bit more the meek kind. And I'm gonna say this: some people, like I said, some people didn't like, or I don't think I said this, but like some people, I think, didn't enjoy Mikey's, didn't really enjoy Mikey's portrayal from his actor. It was Shaman Brown Jr., if I'm correct, and I'm gonna be honest. On the second watch, the voices were working for me, like because it was like between Donatello and Mikey, and those like at first when I was hearing them, like when I first saw the movie, I was like, I don't know if I'm feeling that a little too much. I'm not like feeling. I feel like those voices need to be switched. But then on the second rewatch, I was like, it's like, no, I think this kind of works. I think I can actually get behind these voices. Now, of course, the thing is, this is going to be getting it's gonna get a sequel and a TV series, and the thing about it is their voices are probably different now. A good chunk of them probably have different voices now, or particularly Donnie might have a different voice like going into it. I imagine it's like he's not going to be sounded like that like when the show comes around, especially now when the next movie comes around. But yeah, I genuinely, like, some people thought like Mikey's voice just didn't work for him because, Mikey is more the younger brother and he sounds kind of like he's almost the oldest of them all. But I'm like, no, I think the actor was able to walk a good line in making it showcase that Mikey is like the younger one, and they even played into it the way, Donnie and Mikey are chatting and talk, or the way Donnie and Mikey like talk, particularly like when Donnie told Mikey to chill when they were throwing ninja stars off the roof and stuff, or at fruit, or messing or cutting up fruit, on the roof. And it was like, nah, this works. I feel like it actually still works because it feels like Donnie still comes across like more mature than Mikey. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just what I'm getting. But might eventually have to go get a little bit of water. But I just think yeah, I think these are like really good designs. I really like how they all stand out. I like how Leo kind of has a base like look to him. Like, he looks a bit like, oh, this is kind of a base model to go from, and then you just modify from there. So if anything, I think that fits Leo. And I think they kind of been doing that a little bit since, like, I guess you could argue since the beginning. Like since the first iteration of Ninja Turtles is like that's always been kind of there. So you know, so I think them keeping that going for them works the most. Let's see. I like the turtles sounding different. I can understand folks not expecting Michelangelo having a deeper voice, but realistically, did anyone accept them to all sound like expect them to all sound like middle schoolers? Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people were caught off guard by the fact that they sounded so young, but I think that was actually a really good choice on their part. It's the first time, literally, that the Turtles have ever been portrayed as like teenagers. I think there might have been like a Ninja Turtles short that that they did that had teenage actors in it, maybe, but I might be wrong about that and misremembering it. It might have actually they might have been adults, possibly, but it was. But yeah, where is she? I don't think it's me. Yeah. So, yeah, in terms of April's design, I really I like April's design really. Like I think like people some people claim that it's like for one a lot of people racist people hate on this design like and it's just like and some of them are like weird about how they hate on it. it's it's so odd like it's like okay wait like some people hate it because they're like oh you're portraying a fat person and I'm like it's portraying a different it's portraying a different body type. What is wrong with y'all? We don't all look the same. We ain't all got the same body type. Chill, bruh. We ain't got the same genetics. You know what I'm saying? I I couldn't get behind none of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, okay, what are you doing? What are we doing here? Like you get going in on this stuff, talking about some you going in on this, talking about how like getting mad because they made her a bit like a plus size, and I'm just like, what? Like what's wrong? And the funny thing is it's like if they have any plus size friends they literally just insulted the fuck out of them. If they had any plus size black friends they just insulted the fuck out of them real bad and it is like they probably losing some friendships. Okay, I guarantee you they lost some friendships. Let me read this super chat and thanks to Tony Golden the second for the $5 super chat. I think you sent two actually. Wait a minute. One. Oh, you sent one. Okay. Let's see. I like how Rise Mikey and Mutant Mayhem Mikey are more down to earth instead of the annoying 2012 and 2003 Mikeys. Hmm. Hmm. Rise Mikey Mutant Mayhem more down to earth. You know what? You know what? You know what? You raise a good point. I never really, that was something I kind of wasn't thinking too much about. Like, my, because, yeah, nowadays, the Mikeys have pretty much been more down to earth. They have been, actually. So, that's actually kind of crazy. Oh, man, did I? Hmm. But, wow. Hmm. Yeah. I think I genuinely like that the Mikeys are more down to earth than the more like over the top ones. Like they're still funny, obviously, but them being more down to earth, if anything, it plays a bit better for them because they come across more, caring as we've been seeing, at least from like Rise's Mikey and Mutant Mayhem Mikey. Like they definitely read better at like you understand more of them being like actual caring kids or or characters. So and that's something I've always that's something I actually really appreciate seeing with Mikey nowadays, is the fact that he's that he genuinely is so caring. Like, I like that part in Rise where he was trying to help Baron Draxum. You know, like, because he was like, hey, without this guy, and he came up with such a good point about it. His whole thing was like, hey, without this guy, I don't exist. Our family does not exist. So, if anything, we can try to just reform this guy. It's like, try at least put an effort in that front, because at the end of the day, he is the reason we're here. He's a big reason why. And I'm like, yeah, that is actually a good point. Like, yeah, man. Like, and Mutant Mayhem's Mikey, like, he's definitely a bit more, like, he does clearly care, but he's a bit, like, he's like goofball, but in a really, like, lackadaisical way. Like, I still can't get over this part when, it was this part literally in, when they're getting carried. It's the Annie up scene at the around in the third act, where they're like getting flown in, and they're all bunched up in the little net and everything, and Mikey's just like all along for the ride, even though they're all like very uncomfortable and just bunched up. He's just off in his own universe, like like just not thinking about nothing or worried about nothing. Oops, sorry about that. And that was actually pretty good. I really enjoyed that little part. It was small, it was subtle, and that was a big thing that I wanted to make a point about in my video, was that it's like the things about these turtles, the traits that some people say they wish that they could remember was there. It's there. It's just subtle. It's just not as overspoken, you know? Because it's like, we don't need to overspeak it. You're going to get tired of seeing that type of stuff. Or you're going to be tired of the message by that point. You know what I'm saying? Ooh. Oh, man. I do kind of need to get some more water. I might have to go to the BRB screen for a second. Just, but, let me see, read some of y'all chat. How dare she not be conventionally attractive? That's my thing. A lot of people, with April, a lot of people are like so weird about this. And a lot of them genuinely are in that mind of, a lot of them are in that mind that they really love the 80s April. And don't get me wrong, yeah, she's hot. She's cool. But, like, I'm sorry. I like the different iterations. I like that they're going the route of April being a teenager. I personally don't think they started getting it right until Rise's April. Like, I mean, I know some people.
How's about a kiss?
Oh, and just gotta. Oh my, man, I'm getting so much happening. Because I gotta read a super chat real quick. But I do want to clarify this little point. I genuinely think that when we got to Rise's April is when it's like, yes, now they really got it with a great April. You know, one that really they just play up so much as like, yeah, you're like another family member. You're just another family member here. Like, I like that was played up. You know, it's like, oh my god. And then the fact that no romance of any kind, which, yeah, like I said, the one annoying thing about Mutant Mayhem is still Leo has a crush on April. You know, they have a turtle who has a crush on the human, and I'm like, stop it, no. But yeah, let's see. Do you think April, from another super chat from Tony Golden II, do you think April will let Leo down gently? It makes me sad when TMNT has crushes on. Yeah. Has crushes on humans. Yeah. I would hope they crush it. I would hope they just kill it off and say, look, it's like we're best as friends or something. I don't really like this idea of April and Leo. I genuinely don't. Or any of the turtles, really. I'm sorry. It's better to keep the if you're gonna have a romance, let it be between April and Casey, or even April and another character if you want to make up a new one or something. I don't know. Hell, you bring Irma back and try something there. You could if you want. It's a different iteration. But that's my thing. I think I just genuinely think it's more annoying when they keep wanting to play up this idea of April getting together with any of the turtles. I just think it's better when they don't do that. I think I don't think because I think of them too much as like family members. The fact that April is a teenager plays into that little sister, the sister act. That it's like, yeah, she's just like a sister to them every time, and she can properly connect with them on their level. Because the adult April, always felt like she couldn't connect as much. Or if they connect, it's like I said, because those turtle iterations always felt a little too like adults anyway. Like the way April acted, I don't think really felt indicative. I mean, I don't think really showcased exactly how different an adult would act from a teenager, considering how turtles were acting. I don't know. That's just something that bugs me. I'm gonna have to BRB. I gotta get more water. I'm like, enjoy this little AMV.
Again. Again.
Okay, we're back. Yeah. Someone was like, do y'all have any good music recommendations? And Tony was like, all 6 of Nas's last albums. Yeah, Nas has been pretty good. Been great. I guess we get back to Turtles. But yeah, this all started from a totally different conversation. I don't really think about this because this was like people crapping on Turtles, but Mutant Mayhem was great. I like this. I like this design for April. It feels a bit more like average, like your average person, but still like a unique enough for her to stick out. Like I like that they're still keeping the yellow, obviously. So that's just my thing. But yeah, like that's what I'm saying. But that's what I was saying about that. That one dude was just like hating on that scene, and that was a good scene. I don't know why people were tripping about it. It was great. That was a great scene that really showcased exactly that really showcased how they've evolved the turtles in this more modern sense and made it actually work. You know, they didn't half-ass it. They didn't try to pretend like they knew exactly how teenagers work, but they really had no clue. They let actual teenagers do some of the writing a bit for them. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, this sounds so genuine. The only time some of the references were a little bit like, okay, that one was a scripted one. Was like when he said when one of them mentioned Avengers Endgame. I was like, okay, let's okay, if he had just said Avengers, that one makes sense. You know what I'm saying? It's like that one would make a bit more sense because he just left it at Avengers, but he specified Endgame. I was like, you know, that felt wrong. That felt a little wrong. How you did it there. It wasn't bad, but it's like if you just said Avengers, but like that's nitpicking crap. that's just my thing on that. But yeah, getting into it. There's one more discourse thing that was kind of bugging me, kind of the other day. This one might be a bit more dicey. I will level with you. What was it? Where was it? It's not here. Oh God. What was it? Here we go. And where's that picture? I got that picture. I should have that picture. Just give me a second, folks. Trying to find him. No. Did I not get pictures of this kid? Oh my God. Or pictures of the fucking character. Dang, I don't think I have any more pictures for this character. Whatever. Here we go. Yeah. Another.
How's about a kiss?
Thanks again for the other super chat. Let's see, rank the TMNT movies. Top 3 are Rise, Mutant Mayhem, 1990, and Batman v TMNT. Yeah, if I had to go, I think that's pretty much it for me. I think I put Mutant Mayhem above Rise. So, if anything, I haven't watched. I'll admit, in terms of live action ones, I can't really rank those. I can rank the animated ones, but I can't really rank the live action ones because I skipped the first 2 and only saw 3. To this day, that's still free. That pisses off D'Angelo of Hats Off Media. I genuinely have not seen the first 2 like live action Ninja Turtles. Like I've only seen the 3rd one, and it's like that's the worst one. I don't know how I did that. But in terms of the animated ones, number 1, I think I'm. So he's like, Tony's like, what? Tony's like, what? I'm sorry. Like, that's really how it went for me. But like, I mean, but for real, like my my ranking would be right now: Mutant Mayhem at number 1, Rise at number 2, and Batman versus TMNT at number 3. Like. Oh, but y'all not about to dogpile me on this, okay? Come on. Like, how the hell? I don't know. I was a kid. I was like, oh, TMNT movies. Maybe we'll watch that. And I don't think I ever found the first 2, but I saw there was a 3rd one. Saw there was the 3rd one. I was like, okay, let's watch this. I don't remember much from that fucking movie. Oof. uh, like I mostly remember one little joke where it was either Donnie or one of them trying to teach Raph some Japanese because they were in feudal Japan, and Donnie was like "Hiyo wasabi," and Raph was like "Hello mustard." That's mainly the one thing I remember from that movie. I do not remember much else, and you know, over the years as I started finding out, there's a reason for that. So it's like, okay, start tagging. I'm in. Yeah, other thing. Sorry, but yeah, that was just something that was weird. And I was like, oh bye, but. I completely did not get into the topic that I should be getting into, but yeah, a thing that kind of became a bit of contention for a lot of people, is still kind of a bit of a contention, is that people feel Gus from Owl House got a lot of the short end of the stick, and I can admit he didn't get as much focus. Ship Miles and Gwen after her betrayal. Do you ship Miles and Gwen after her betrayal? Yes. They work. I'm like, they work. It's just a lot of crap was going on, and they were teenagers going through a lot of really stressful crap. It's like, of course, things are going wrong, and it's fucked up, but it looks like she's about to correct herself. But staying on topic. My thing is, like, people really got mad about how, like, Gus was done in Owl House, but I don't think he was done that badly. I'm gonna level with you. Like, a lot of people mainly are mad with, like, his hair. Like, a lot of people don't like the fact that everybody else got a hairstyle change, but Gus didn't. Like, until literally, like, the very last episode. Did get a spotlight in season 2. Tune for the funny thing is, Gus did get a spotlight in season 2A while Willow's pretty much shut out. Yeah, when you think about it, it's like, when you think about it, like, the biggest thing is, like, the hair, that for a lot of people, you know, some people go as far as to say, oh man, there were just no black people in the room or anything like that, or something, and I'm just like, I don't know if that really would have corrected much. Like, I hope you know this, that it's like, just because you can get like, don't get me wrong, we need more black writers, obviously, in the room, or showrunners even, so on, so forth, but like, it's not always a case of you just wave a magic wand as a writer and you just get what you asked for, and even then, it's like, and in this instance, it's more kind of a design, it feels like it'd be a little bit more design, but, it's just one of those things where I'm just like, it probably would have been nice that he got a style change, but I just look at it as like, it's so minute. You know what I'm saying? Because even everybody else's hairstyle changes weren't too played up, except for maybe Amity's. Ooh. Just realized I put the water in the wrong place. Like, Amity's hairstyle change was played up because it's like, oh, like, that's a little different. And it was a bit more significant in that front. You know, it had a little bit of playing into an arc. But then you get to Willow, and all the changes for her is her, like, her little pigtails are just, like, more ponytails now. Or, like, her little ponytails are now pigtails, or some type of thing. They're just a little changed up, braided. They're more braided, I guess you could say. Like, now they're braided. And that's not that's not too indicative of much, other than, you know, like, Amity and Will are, you know, finally friends again. But I just can't look at that as, like, anything that substantial. It's like, great. You guys, like, great. I mean, you got, you've patched things up, and we kind of already knew this, so cool. But it's not bad by no means, but it's just like, I don't know. I mean, for Gus, I don't know, unless they were trying to really tell more of a black story with him, maybe I would have wanted that more, maybe. But as we saw, it's like, yeah, nothing plays into that. And a lot of our hairstyles play into, like, a lot of our hairstyles, like, are either our lock journeys or having an afro or any of that. Like, that can play into blackness. And that will be a bit more I think it could be a bit more interesting if it's done in the way of actually telling a story involving that. But with Owl House, no one's really discriminatory against any black people in that show. You know, everyone gets equally fucked over. I digress. Like, it's just one of those things where I just don't think, because my biggest point of contention with this whole thing is the fact that, like, with this thing that people are trying to say about Gus with his hair, and they're trying to imply with the crew, is that that they're kind of implying racist intent. I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? Because we know how crazy a lot of the internet can get, especially if they get a feeling that some bigotry is going on or anything like that. And to say this thing right here on that particular front, like, it can invite some problems. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's gonna, like, a lot of people can get harassed because people will think, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do it? Are you racist? Are you racist? And it's like, oh, that's so unfair. Like, that's my thing. Like, because a lot of people think, you know, it's like they just genuinely didn't care for Gus. And I'm like, I don't think it's that they didn't care for Gus. Like, I think, because if they didn't care for Gus, I want to say this, we wouldn't have gotten the episodes that we got. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I was writing a show and there was a character I really didn't give much of a crap about, or I didn't care to, like, do much for, you think if I was running the show, you think I'm giving that character an episode? Like, I don't care for them. It's like, you think I'm gonna give that character an episode just because? Like, no, I'm just be like, I don't care for this character, so it's just gonna kind of phase them out a little bit or something like that. But they don't phase him out. They don't phase Gus out. They give him a genuine arc to go through, and it's an interesting arc, nonetheless, you know? And so, I just don't think, I never think it's fair to, like, pin that on people. I mean, to try to, because it's, like, it's implying such a heavy thing against, like, the crew. And you can't do that. That you just, under no circumstance believe in that type of stuff, you know? Like, let people it's like, I get that it's like we want to see better representation. We're kind of tired of them given the Afro Spikes design. And yeah, it's a little like, okay, just change it up every now and then. And they're starting to learn. It's starting to change is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Like, that's my thing. So I just don't get I just can't get behind this idea that it's like Gus got screwed over. He got significant stuff in the show. You know, yes, he didn't get his hairstyle changed, and that's a little annoying, sure. But I don't want to, like, make a mountain out of a molehill. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I mean, and some people, like, were trying to say, we need to basically have black writers do this type of stuff, be the representation of black people, basically, in these writers' rooms and such, or imply that type of thing. And I'm like, that's starting to get into a bit of tokenism right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, this black person will know how to write black people. Tyler Perry will like a word with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, y'all not convincing me on that one. You're just not, okay? Like, Tyler Perry to me was decent. No, he was like, not to really get into Tyler Perry, but the thing is, like, the fact of the matter is that we know black people, there are definitely some, like, black writers and such who kind of don't understand or don't really know how to write like that. And I'm just, because there's no real right or wrong way to write a black character. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all are different. We all are the default. You know, it's not going to be a case of like we're all it's not a case of like there's only one way to write a black person. And even then, like I said, the biggest thing is they're not complaining about the arc he went on. They're complaining about the hair. And I'm just like, I'm like, maybe they would have given him a hair journey or some shit in like a full third season, but for now they just didn't. Okay, they didn't have the means to do it, and they really had to prioritize shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, of course. It's like, yeah, let's put more focus on, like, I don't know. I mean, because the most it would be is like maybe a quick scene in the montage in the third season. You know what I'm saying? What is that? It's like, oh, you got it. It's like, oh, great, you got it, and it was so fast and didn't feel as significant, so. But great, I guess. Like, don't get me wrong. I want to see more unique black hairstyles in animation. I'd love to see more. But I'm just not trying to, like, I'm not trying to pin the blame on anybody if we don't get it exactly. Like, especially since it's like we're kind of starting to get more in the industry and be able to have a say in that matter. You know, Hair Love or Young Love, the series is coming. That's a genuinely interesting concept. It's like, okay, like that thing was all about hair love, and we're probably going to be seeing all these different unique hairstyles, and it looks good. It looks really freaking good. Like, come on now. Let me get to it. Yeah. Like, if we go to it, I want to go to it real quick. It was like,
hey guys, my name is Steven, and I'm
gonna mute that. Just like, it looks so good, and let me turn that off. Like, plain and simple. Like, this looks amazing. Like, I love how this is done. And I like how they're doing hair textures here. Like, everything. Like, I think it's like we're starting to get more into it, you know. We're starting to get into seeing better cases of black hairstyles being represented. Moon Girl. Like, Moon Girl even did a whole episode discussing hair love. You know what I'm saying? Like, really pointing out the problems that persists when it comes to, like, how our hair is perceived in society. You know what I'm saying? You know? Like, they actually touched upon this. And this is from Disney. That's from Disney. Like, you wouldn't, of all places, Disney touched on this. They let them cook, bro. They let them cook. And so I'm just saying, I want us to be able to acknowledge the new gains that we are getting. You know, it's like we're getting genuine gains. So I know it's like, maybe it's like, oh, the past thing wasn't as strong on it, but it's like, well, here's the new thing that's more strong on it. Okay, it's progress. It keeps moving forward. Okay, we're still moving forward, and I want us to properly acknowledge this. I want us to do that. Like, that's why it blows me that not a lot of people sing the praises of Moon Girl, even. Like, that thing is moving some damn mountains, and people are not really trying to discuss it like that. And I'm just like, we gotta talk about this stuff. We gotta talk about it. We gotta talk about the gains. Like, we should focus on the gains. I know we focus on the negatives to be able to, so that way we stay on mission, because we know work needs to be done. But we should celebrate the gains when they happen too. We should always celebrate the gains when they happen. I mean that. Oh, yo, Cramp Twins fan here. The only Cramp Twins fan in the world, surprisingly. Oh, man, got a little worked up there, but like that's just my thing, man. I just don't believe in shitting on this stuff and assuming like bad intent or anything like that, or like nobody had any feelings towards any or any good feelings towards anything or nothing like that. Because like I said, that shit could be dangerous, you know, for a lot of people. Like they're just like a lot of people genuinely will dogpile you just for the smallest of things, and you sprinkle in hints of racism, or like you try to say some racism or some racist shit is starting to go down here and there, some racist foul play is going on. They're really gonna get dogpiled, and it's like that's so unfair. That's so unfair. You know what I mean? Like, I love Gus. Gus is a great Owl House character, and I want people to acknowledge the good stuff that happens with his story. I don't see people talking about that story for him. I don't see most people talking about that. So, but it's all focused on just his hair, and I'm like, bro, he had such a good story. He was a good character. Let us acknowledge that he is still a good character, a unique and interesting character. Because in the first season, he kind of fucked up a little bit, you know? He kind of fucked up a little bit. And it was like, okay, I mean, you're there, you're not great, but you're there. And then season 2 came along and it's like, okay, I fucks with you now. I gets you now. It's like that, and then, you know, it drove it all home then. I'm just saying, man. Like, acknowledge the gains. Like, celebrate the gains. Oh, worked up a sweat. Not really, but you know. But yeah, Young Love. Go check that out when it drops. Coming to Max. When Max? I don't know. It's on September 21st. What am I doing? Damn. Oh, but okay. I guess we can get into the other thing. All right. We are in the big one. I'm going to put a ranking for every single Pixar movie. That's out now. That's been out, you know. So I gotta want to hear what I feel like this is gonna be a little interesting because I'm curious how y'all about to respond to some of these. So, but I guess right off bat we can start off, and okay, I'm kind of glad they got it like this. Great, good, okay, bad. I want to change that though too. Why? It's like, just why? Actually, yeah, never mind. I feel like this one's gonna be the most underutilized. I'm going to level with you. That's what sucks so much about Pixar, is that it's like they're not really the worst at these things. They're just it's just some of it's, they have a standard and they just sometimes don't meet that standard, and it's like, but it's still not bad to a degree. So it's like, so ultimately it's like, I don't think I'm gonna get much use out of that one. So I don't know, but who knows? Maybe it's about to get a little crazy, depending on how y'all like judge me. But okay, let's get it started. I'm going right now in timeless. Toy Story, first one. Some people might be like, I don't know, because you know, basically the the first one is the most kind of messed up, or more not messed up, but like it looks the worst. But it's like without it, we don't get a lot of good stuff. Like it existed, and we got so much from it. So it's like you kind of gotta give it its props. You gotta give it its props. And now we go. Toy Story 2. Yeah, there we go. So I do that. Toy Story 2. Like, it improved upon the first one significantly and looks really good now. Like, it actually looks good enough to be like, yeah, I can watch this and it doesn't feel rough. So, yeah. Give it that one. Toy Story 3 drives it home. It manages to drive it home, on at least in that arc, in terms of the toys and being able to grow and show that we're growing up. That it's like, yeah, it's time to move on, time to put the toys away or donate them and become an adult. I'm like, okay.
Don't put 4 in there. Don't do that.
What the fuck? Why didn't it sound off, nigga?
Hey,
oh my
man.
God.
How you doing, man?
What the
don't make the mistake, man. Don't put 4 in there. Don't do that.
Where the fuck did you you just joined it? And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't get the notification. Like, it didn't do the sound off. What? God damn it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh man, that's great, man. Like, somebody could have came in here and said something foul. That's crazy, man. You need to get that set up.
Oh my God. Oy. Goddamn. Hey, D-Dub, man. I'll review your life.
Hello there. It's your boy D-Dub, man. I review like.
He retired.
That's not true. I'm making the video as we speak, but I needed to be in here for this list off because I want to hear your genuine reactions to, like, the decisions that you're gonna make.
Really? Like, what?
Because as soon as I saw you on Toy Story, I was like, he better not put 4 in Timeless. Like, I had to be here for that. I had to see what was going on.
I mean, really, when you get down to it, honestly, it's just, yeah. Yeah, I'm not taking it back. I agree. That's where I am.
All right. Are you gonna explain your answer?
Yes. So,
Okay.
like, people get mad at Toy Story 4. Their whole thing is like, oh, they shouldn't exist. It sucks. And don't get me wrong, technically, yeah, we didn't really need a Toy Story 4, but
It's not a bad movie at all. No,
it's not.
It ain't timeless though. Like I would,
Nah, man.
At least I would put it at great for sure. But like timeless, I feel like somebody can skip Toy Story 4 and still be fine.
I mean, you're not exactly wrong.
Whenever I think timeless, I'm overthinking like, oh man, you need to watch all of these movies. Like I feel like somebody is not saying avidly you need to watch Toy Story 4, right?
Right.
It's not a bad movie either. Like that's the worst part about it. But like, it's not like I wouldn't recommend it as timeless. Toy Story 3 is a must watch because you're literally seeing like the growth of a fucking character giving away what they grew up with. So like you need that information. Now 4, it's kind of like, I gotta say a side story, but it's one of those like, yeah, man, that's neat that happened. But like, I feel like you could continue life without like watching it.
I mean, I suppose, really, in a sense, yeah. But the thing is, I look at it more as it's the epilogue to the whole thing. Like, it's basically curtain. I mean, now we know it ain't curtains now.
So, all right, so
Disney.
Now that we know that it's not curtain, shouldn't it not be in timeless then? I'm just saying, great is fine. It's still not a bad movie, man.
It's not, but you're not wrong. That's my thing. It's like, you're not wrong on this, because it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, it's still a great movie. It actually tells a really good story. The people overhate on it, like they really do. Like, people, I know.
If Toy Story 4 was the last movie, for sure, I would have been like, yeah, like you have to watch that because like that's the end of the series until like what we know now. So like that.
Yeah. It's like literally within the package deal of everything. It's like it lost priority. It lost that importance because of the fact another one is coming. So okay.
It's up to you on this one, man.
I'll put it at great. I'll leave it at great. I'll leave it at great. Yeah, I'll say you convinced me on that.
Okay, all right, man.
So yeah.
Let's see these next ones now, man. Let's see what you got going. Because if I see Cars 4, I said Cars 4. If I see Cars 3 pretty high, I will laugh. I will laugh.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go in order from like franchise release, I guess. So
that's fair.
After Toy Story would be Bug's Life, even though not a franchise like that, but still. But like, I want to put Bug's Life. Actually, I'm kind of stumped a little bit on Bug's Life because it's
I'm surprised to this day it never got a sequel, like ever.
That's my thing. I felt like it's like there's genuine material, but then again, maybe they felt like, well, the big highlight of Bug's Life was the circus bugs, and so with the fact that they go to that they left and went on their own way.
That's
like,
fair. That's fair. The story was already
like,
told, so like
it's like, how do you bring them back?
Anything.
Exactly. Like how they can't just come back without it being like, oh, I guess that just kind of undid the ending. Like what? So, if anything, but it's a really good movie. It's I mean, it's basically Seven Samurai for kids.
So it holds up, but like, does it hold up as a timeless though?
I mean, it kind of could be a timeless because it's like literally what's it really in reference to in terms of any type of time period. Like, could you place it in a time period?
But do you see yourself like saying to somebody like, you need to watch Bug's Life, right?
Fucking right. So it's like I think it's a pretty great, and the fact that I keep saying struggling to call it great, I think that's my side. I gotta say it's really good.
Oh fuck! So like, if there was an in between great and good, you would have put it there. But like,
maybe yes, if that was a thing, if you could somehow be in between great and good, and I could do.
You gotta go middle of the road, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm like, it's just really good. That's where I stand because it is tropey. You gotta admit it is kind of tropey.
Yes, it is.
That's not inherently bad, but it's like a lot of it's been there, done that. And you
DreamWorks
even got
literally made a movie within the same vein, like at the exact same time. So like, you know, if that says enough about it. That says enough. That was a weird era. That was a very weird era.
That was such a weird ass era. It's like by the time they got to Shrek is when they said, okay, no, they kept that bullshit going with Shark Tale and Finding Nemo.
Bro, man. Yeah, Shark Tale is I keep forgetting that why Shark Tale was made until you just brought it up.
It was so fucking dumb. It's like they said we need to copy the Fish movie, but we need way more well-known celebrities.
Bro,
and
they said they wanted nigga fishes, bro. They said there was no blacks in Finding Nemo. But besides the Rasta guy, we're fucking like, yeah, man, we gotta really tread that market.
They really did, bro. And it's so like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, they really, like, all them pop culture references, and none of them are genuine. All of them are just like, what are we doing here?
Bro, that movie had a game. Like, what most movies did at that time.
Yeah, even Finding Nemo did. I had that one. That was janky.
I don't remember the Finding Nemo game being good, but I do remember Shark Tale being decent. I got it from like a Hollywood video. That's a deep cut if you guys are young. Like freaking yeah, like I rented that game and I was like, yeah, I think I like it.
Bro, I kind of got a weird story about Hollywood Video. I've never been to one, but fucking there was one adjacent to a GameStop, and like when I would like go in and trade the games. They told us about what happened to the Hollywood Video and why it closed down. And the thing it's like niggas was stealing, like, because they were telling us a policy about selling DVDs. At some point they could, but then I think they had to stop because apparently like the people would go into the Hollywood Video, rent something out or steal the DVDs there and sell it to the GameStop.
That's nuts.
And that closed that Hollywood Video because people were stealing from it too much.
Bro, I didn't even know you can like sell DVDs to GameStop back in the day. That's a new one to me.
Yeah,
I
that
didn't
was
even
like
know
a thing. That was a thing. I remember like seeing some of them like janky looking like DVDs that they would be selling, and it's like, and at one point I just went in, they stopped, and it's like, oh, damn, and find out a whole business was lost from that shit, and I'm like, damn.
Bro, niggas be trifling, bro. Like that is a tale as old as time.
It's fucking nuts. I was like, y'all ain't real, bro. Y'all are evil. Y'all
Bro,
is
they got
evil.
rid of a whole corporation. They probably did the same thing on Blockbuster if you think about it. But
They did.
that's crazy. What is it? Monster Inc. next or Finding Nemo?
I'm pretty sure Monsters Inc. It's Monsters Inc. Yeah, because Finding Nemo was 2003.
3. That's okay.
Yeah, and Monsters Inc. was like 2001.
It was 2001 because it was going against Jimmy Neutron. That's the only reason I remember that.
Yeah, yeah. Because I mainly remember like these different eras in Pixar and such, because it's like, okay, I remember because I lived in like different houses at a certain point.
Ooh.
So, like I was in a townhouse for a good chunk of Toy Story. At least from Toy Story 2, because like the first Toy Story was like came out when I was born, so it's like,
Gotcha.
okay, I don't remember shit from then. But like Toy Story 2, I remember I was living in a little like townhouse, and from then into Monsters Inc. After Monsters Inc., I moved and I was in a regular like house, like 2-story house, and that's when I can remember most of the era of from. Shit, it was like 2003. That was when I was in a new house, and we moved out
I have like vivid memories of like, so like I was born in 97 and Toy Story 2 I believe came out in 99. I remember vivid memories of like seeing like trailers for Toy Story 2, and like I had like the VHS of Toy Story 1, just binging it like growing up. But when Toy Story 2 came out, I was like, holy shit, like this shit is still going. Like I remember being super excited. And for like the longest time, like at least since like 2005, I thought that Toy Story 2 came out in the 2000s because that's why I remember seeing it. And like like that was still like kind of sort of 90s movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to like paint any like late 90s anything as like 90s, but like I guess you can count that.
Yeah, yeah. If anything, that's always that weird era there. It's like that weird like little in between space.
Yeah, but Monsters Inc. is timeless for sure. I can confirm that right now.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like some people try to be hating on Monsters Inc. I want to put it right. Do I like it? Yeah, no, I like it right there. But like some people try to hate on Monsters Inc. a little bit. Like they try to say like it's just not as great as people make it out to be, and I'm just like, no, man, it's really good. Like it introduces you to an interesting world, a very creative ass world, like I'm sorry, a world of monsters, and they actually showed the world of monsters. Like what was that one show, that one thing, Little Monsters with the fucking Howie Mandel. Like like that place looked like that's a world of monsters that they showed, and it's like, okay, nice set pieces here and there, but I'm like, this one is like with Monsters Inc. You're seeing a whole inhabited world, so many different monsters all walking about doing stuff, and they're all creative looking and everything, and it's kind of
super good designs. Like they're not even scary per se. Like they're like super like marketable.
Yep.
like it's super weird to like have the word monsters and like marketable within the same sentence, but they figured out a way to like make that design piece like work.
Exactly, and they somehow still can make them a bit like intimidating or like kind of scary to little kids when they need them. You know, like you think about Sully, and it's like, wait, is this Sullivan or Scully?
No. It's Sullivan.
Sullivan. I keep trying to think it's Scully because skulls and monster stuff.
I grew up with people calling him Scully too, so like I do understand like the I understand it.
Yeah, but like with Sully, it's like, yeah, you see Boo, and like Boo likes Sully. He's like, oh, kitty, fluffy, and all that. But then he goes all ravenous and monstrous, and she's scared shitless. Like it's like she's fucked up on that one from that one.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, that's really unique design to be able to play around with that, to be both cute and cuddly and scary at the same time without it feeling too jarring as it sometimes can be.
It also felt very grounded within like real life aspects, and it's the fact that we're like still looking at these monsters and they're like freaking living like normal apartment lives and shit. Like it's super comforting. It's super comforting to watch.
Oh yes. Oh yeah, it's so comforting. It's like to see all these monsters, and even though some of it's like just a reflection of our real lives, it's still like it's got that monster's edge to it, and it's like, ooh, I want to see how their version of my thing would be, you know?
Absolutely.
Like, the one thing that was a little weird was when they had that was a little off was like when the montage in the morning with Scully getting ready and everything, when they like he's brushing his teeth and Mike is telling him like brush those teeth, scary monsters don't have plaque, and it's like wait, if he's a monster shouldn't he have that to help make his teeth look all mangled?
I agree with that. Scary monsters do have a plaque. That is for sure a thing.
Exactly. Like a mangled, like if his teeth is all mangled, it's like, yeah, that would look scary as shit coming at you.
Look, man, they're just trying to teach kids to brush their teeth, man. There's probably like hella toothbrush ads with freaking Monsters Inc. on them, man.
There
after
were.
That.
There had to be like a bunch of, you know, there were. Like, there had to be like a bunch of toothbrushes with them on it.
Absolutely.
Like, so, yeah.
Like Monster Inc. has tons of likable characters. The concept alone is like super creative. Mm-hmm. The ending is like heart wrenching and makes you want to see more, and you don't. And like that's pretty timeless if you ask me. Like that's pretty good.
Oh yeah.
I remember when like that movie first came out, people were like begging for Monsters Inc. 2. It never happened, but you know,
everybody wanted to see like Boo grow up and see, because it's like we had that with Toy Story. So it's
there was so many mock-up like concept arts of freaking Boo being grown up and like, yeah, Monsters Inc. 2 is coming soon and shit like that. I remember when like Monsters University was like announced, but like they said like, oh yeah, a new Monsters IP is like coming. Everybody's like, oh shit, Monsters Inc. 2 is coming, man. Let's do the thing.
It's a prequel that also retcons some shit because Mike and Sully actually knew each other in elementary school. So, yeah, why are we making this?
Oh my god, is that your first why?
Hmm.
Is Monsters University your first why?
We'll get to it when we get to it.
Okay.
We'll get to it when we get to it.
But alright, so like, what are we doing, Nemo then?
Yeah, we should be a Nemo. And
okay.
At the end of the day,
ooh, think about it.
No, that's not right. I think, yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's where I can see.
I respect your answer.
Yeah, because I was thinking more about it, and I'm like, I usually feel way more up to watching Monsters Inc. than I do Finding Nemo, because Finding Nemo is great, obviously, and like I said, and like I put it, it's timeless. But I was like, nah, I was like, I'd want to always be more in the mood for Monsters Inc. than I would Nemo. But
the moral alone for like Finding Nemo is like timeless. Like that's like super good. Like in general, like for a movie about fucking fish, like that's a pretty good moral. Just keep swimming.
It's like bringing home, like when you bring it on DVD or you're watching it, or when you watch it in theaters, it was like basically being transported to the ocean. You know, like
absolutely.
Going fully in depth on that. Like, we've seen a few ocean movies here and there, but this one, like, really made it feel like the world of the ocean is alive and well and thriving, and you're just really along for this big ride, you know? So, like, it makes perfect sense to put it here. I mean, it makes perfect sense that it resonates with so many people easily, because it's like, oh, I didn't know the ocean was like this, because you actually learned something from this movie. Like, you actually learn about the ocean from this movie. And that's funny. That's crazy to me. I'm like, a movie to be on basically an educational movie in a sense, to be to this type of scale and still be this entertaining. Like,
You
come
would think
on.
that like Little Mermaid would have did that shit first, but like
Mhm.
nah, like out of all the like let's say like water-based media that we got for kids, there wasn't a lot before Finding Nemo, and
It wasn't.
there absolutely wasn't. No, matter of fact, I would argue to believe that Finding Nemo put a lot of like water-based media on, and like we fucking started seeing like a lot more after that. Well, like mainly like parody-based, not parody-based, but like oh we're just gonna like literally rip it off. But yeah, like freaking Finding Nemo. Well, unless you want to count those those old Windows XP games of the freaking fish. What was it? I was gonna say Putt Putt, but that's the car. Fuck, who's the
Freddy.
fish?
Freddy.
Freddy, there we go. Yeah, Freddy Goldfish.
Yeah.
But besides him, I believe that like most undersea media was like super sparse before freaking Finding Nemo.
Right. Like, the most we had was like SpongeBob, and that was total over exaggeration.
Bro, that wasn't teaching anything about the sea at all.
Bro, if anything, that kind of taught some bad shit, because the one kid who, drowned after that one, it's like, fucking hell. And then Finding Nemo
man.
came along, and it's like, okay, this is how it is. This is how the ocean really is, kids. You don't want to be down there.
Shark bait.
That kid definitely was shark bait.
Down, bro. Bro, let it go, bro. You wasn't supposed to say that. You wasn't supposed to say that.
But I did.
But yeah, freaking Finding Nemo, like moral wise, like a super good movie. Ellen DeGeneres before she became like a terrible person was really good as Dory.
Yeah.
And all things considered, just keep swimming, freaking like you honestly can't say more than that.
Exactly. Like, it's got all these really likable characters. It takes you on this nice journey, and all the characters who only have such small bits and parts in the movie are all memorable. Like, that's crazy to me. Every single one of them are standouts, and they're great, and you love them. Everybody loves Bruce. Everybody loves Crush. Everybody loves
You can have like an individual shirt with like a character from like that movie, and people will like be understanding of it because that character was a standout. Every character like is a standout.
Exactly. Every single character, literally, if you see an image of them, it's like, oh, Finding Nemo. You immediately, it just snaps to your brain where it's from. Like, yeah, immediately it's like, you gotta
It's
get
not even good character design because they're fucking fish, but it's the fact that like they made the fish likable.
Exactly.
So, like, they gave everybody like a personality like akin to their own, and like that's like super good.
Exactly. Like, you get so much out of it. You get so much from out of this, and it's crazy because it's like they're just like they're these fish. It's fish. We know what fish look like, and they still made them like very recognizable when you see them, and still allow for the design of what the actual fish look like to shine through.
Dude, like freaking like the biggest example is Marlin and freaking Nemo. Like they're both the exact same fish, but they look nothing alike, and like that's like super freaking good.
Oh yeah, the fact that they can be the same species of fish, and yet it's like I can point out which one is which. Like, yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy.
Super good design, right? Freaking
Exactly. Really good design. Like that's just how. So that's like, obviously it's like Finding Nemo is that timeless. Like it just
speaks for
works.
itself.
It speaks for itself. Exactly. Okay,
what is it? Incredibles next?
Yep, it was Incredibles next because that was 2004.
And Cars is after that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Incredibles is dang, I really wish there wasn't a 2 because like I would have had like a lot more to say if there wasn't a 2. But since there is a 2, I can speak to it like at least baseline. Incredibles is a super good like family values movie. Like if that movie didn't have superpowers in it, it still would have been like a great movie. And like that's what I've always said about Incredibles. I was like, that movie couldn't have not had powers in it at all, and I feel like I still would have liked it as a kid for some reason.
Yeah, that's my thing with it. Like Incredibles, that was the Pixar movie for a time.
For the longest, like absolutely, everybody was like,
yeah.
it was a super adult movie, dude. Like, like it's hard to explain.
Exactly, bro. It's like, oh, they can do this type of stuff again. Because that was, I mean, they ain't take the warning until more recently now, or take the hint until more recently now that it's like, yeah, you guys can get away with a little bit of this stuff here and there, like, you know. I get it. We had to the censors got on you from the 90s, but they didn't crack down that hard. Like, come on.
Dude, there was literally a montage in The Incredibles of freaking Mr. Incredible just banging his wife several times before he fucking goes fight crime. Like, fucking, that's you can't tell me that like nobody was like, oh shit, like freaking
exactly.
Is this a kids movie? This
exactly.
Is great.
And it was a good gag that was able to go over the heads of the kids, because most of them are just thinking, oh, the wife is just kissing her husband. That's what they're thinking. It's like, no, the adults know. It's like, oh, they hitting it.
It's like, oh man, he's getting it on, man. Like,
exactly.
But yeah, freaking The Incredibles is I ain't gonna say a super adult movie, but like like the fact that it deals with like family values and it has powers in it is like a bonus, and that's why I've always liked it, because I'm like, holy shit, like this is supposed to be like a cartoon, but like it really don't feel like it at all, dude. This is super good.
Bro, I like that it was able to get into like some actual adult shit with like the conspiracy theory shit or conspiracy shit going on with it, with Syndrome and everything.
Yes.
Like, I like how it was able to do that and keep it interesting for kids to still be invested in it and still understand it. You know, because sometimes you know they try to incorporate, you know, a little bit of the adult stuff in like characters' jobs or something that's going down.
Absolutely.
But they don't know how to make it interesting, because it's just like dudes in suits talking around a table, and it's like, really. But this one, it's like, nah, we're actually getting some stuff. Getting some stuff done. Of course, it's more fictitious. Of course, but
like freaking like the color design in that fucking movie is like also super good. Like on the parts where you see like Mr. Incredible in like a mundane setting, like the colors are freaking drowned out compared to like when he's doing something that he loves. Like there's so many set pieces to where like you're like, holy shit, this movie's like incredible. Like fucking like it's just like you can't write this stuff. Like freaking whoever came up with it is super was super in on the time. And also the kid bits were like it hit home too. Like it wasn't like out of touch adult freaking writing this shit. Like it's like those shit that kids was actually going through freaking at that time, freaking identity crisis and whatnot. Like it's, oh my god, there's so much.
Exactly, bro. Like, bro, I tell you now, when I saw it in theaters and it did that whole, when it cut to Mr. Incredible in his mundane life, that shit kind of shocked me a little bit. I was like, whoa, shit, it changed dramatically.
Bro,
like I was like, whoa!
Did you notice the colors? Like,
yes,
like, holy shit!
I was like, whoa!
It's just sad.
It's like we just got dumped into reality, like just smacked in the face with it. Like like it started off so dreamy and everything, you know. In that flashback era, it's all like you feel like you're in a dream and you're just having a good time and things are looking up and they're gonna have a bright future, and then you're just smacked in the face with reality when it goes.
That's what it was supposed to do, man. It was so good, man.
It's like, like that was so good, and it's like I don't think enough people appreciate that, low key. But yeah, man, it's The Incredibles, man, and they give everybody such nice arcs, and they play up really well still. I mean, some people like have the problem where it's like they feel like it should have been called Mr. Incredible and his family because it's more about Mr. Incredible. But I'm like, everyone does get a genuine good arc in this, though. I mean, yeah,
we did need a character of focus, to be fair. So like I can understand like why people would think such things, but like it's called The Incredibles because like you get a dip into everybody's lives in general. So like and plus they all like just get together. Unfortunately, is that like the last half, and like I feel like that should have happened a lot sooner. But like writing wise, I think they did a pretty good job at like displaying each character like as their own.
Exactly. Everyone comes across like really well in this. Like everyone's still a standout, plain and simple. Like everybody knows Violet, everybody knows Dash, everybody knows Jack, everybody knows Elastigirl. Like everybody knows these characters straight up. And we did, and we didn't have, and they didn't really need to do any more focus. Honestly, it got across everything that needed to happen.
Syndrome, as far as like a villain motivation goes, and him like killing everybody freaking to become like a good hero at the end is weird motivation. I've always thought about that as a kid, but like other than that, he was a good villain. Would you say like he was a good villain?
It was a great villain. He's also another big standout. Everybody knows Syndrome when you see him. Like, a really good design on him too. Like,
he went to the man's house to abduct their child. Like, freaking, like you can't write.
You don't forget so you can't forget someone like that. Like, the thing is, it's like he's really, like, I honestly think his whole motivation was kind of unique. If anything, it's like because it's almost like Red Hood in a sense, but a bit more deceptive because of the fact that the way he's going is like, okay, I was scorned by my hero, and so I'm going to basically screw over my hero, and I'm gonna basically make myself look like the hero and get all the glory and everything. And it's,
to be fair, like his motivation,
everybody over.
Exactly, freaking like so. Like I thought the biggest like it's super smart that like basically he was trying to figure out, are these heroes really that super if I create these robots that can defeat them? And and obviously they can't be too super if I'm just defeating them with robots. And I mean, like, I thought about it in the perspective of like, dang, they really couldn't save shit if Syndrome could just like freaking make a robot and then an upgrade of said robot to freaking defeat them. But like as far as like him wanting to become a hero afterwards, that's what I thought was the weird part. I was like, I would much rather just like lock into the villain arc, but no, he still wanted to be a hero after that. And that's why I thought it was like weird. Freaking literally Homelander. Freaking like I don't get that.
Right. I mean, he still wanted the glory of being a hero, but without actually putting in the work and such. You know, he tried to take skips and steps. I mean, like he tried to skip some steps. And it's like, nah, you can't do that. Like, especially because that's what he did when he was a kid. He tried to skip some steps into being a hero. He's just like, hey, I'm now your sidekick, Mr. Incredible. It's like, I don't know you like that. What? Like, wait a minute. You can't just decide to be my sidekick. I ain't vet you or nothing. I ain't make sure you actually know what you're doing.
Crazy.
Like, So I kind of could get it, really. It's like he screwed up and he kind of got scorned by his own hero.
Bro, he fucking died.
He did.
It's not every day that like most Pixar movies don't like just kill people like Disney movies do. I think that was the first.
That was the first one. Bug's Life.
Oh shit! Oh yeah, wait, fucking
Hopper.
The Rocks, right? Oh, that's okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, with Hopper. Like
I forgot about that. Dang, that was the second movie too. That's great.
Right? His second movie is like, damn, they just killed this man.
Well, other than that, they had a pretty good streak on like freaking not killing anybody before freaking Incredibles.
They only had like three. Yeah, about three, because Toy Story 2, Finding Nemo, and Monsters Inc. So yeah, that's about three until Incredibles.
Yeah. Because I was thinking about Finding Nemo just now, and I was like, there really isn't a villain in Finding Nemo, unless you want to count like the guy who's like freaking getting the fish, freaking a villain, I guess. But they don't kill him, so like that's good, I guess.
He just gets knocked out, and that's about it. Or
yes, the same thing with Randall. The same thing with Randall. He just gets beat up in like another world.
Right. He just beat the crap out of him.
They beat the shit out of Randall.
They did. Is that Gator again?
Oh my god.
Shuffle.
Yeah, Incredibles is incredible. And on the cars. Ooh. So a lot of people in the chat was explaining how like Cars was probably not gonna make it to Timeless, right?
Obviously
do you agree
not.
with said chat?
It obviously is not. I think. But I struggle between these.
You was a very decent age when Cars came out. You was like in middle. You was about to leave middle school when Cars came out, was you not?
I was supposed to be. I was in like 6th grade by the
Gotcha.
time. cars.
So like you wasn't even in the age range of like where that movie would have like hit the most for you. So like that I can for sure not see that in Timeless for you in general.
Yeah, I was like 11, but I still was like a big Pixar fan. So I was like, okay, it's new Pixar, so sure, I'll see it. I'm gonna stand at it's ultimately good.
I would say it's a good movie.
Yeah, I say it's. I know some people hate it because it's like, really, cars, bringing cars to life, who gives a fuck about cars?
It's weird because like you don't even want to say that that's like a unique concept. Like I've seen the concept been fucking talked about several times. Exactly.
Tex Avery literally did this shit.
So like, you know, bringing cars to life, everybody was like, I get. So like a lot of people will like to deem Cars as the boy movie, right? And I can see why people would say such things, and like that would explain why 2 and 3 exist, because like the market for Cars, and the merchandise that came afterwards, like is like for strictly boys, unfortunately. And I would say that like the last 2 car movies were like made like strictly for like marketing purposes instead of like, oh, like we need these movies. Cars 1 had a really good ending of like the selfish character not wanting to be selfish anymore, and after that I was like, all right, so like what more do I need to see from this? And when the next 2 came out after that, I was like, oh, okay, this is gonna be bad. and it was. So like, I mean, what's your take on Cars? What's your take?
Cars, I loved it when I was a kid, and I rewatched it, definitely rewatched it a few times, and I think as much as I loved it, it did kind of go down. My love for it kind of went down a little bit.
Damn.
But I did really enjoy it. I still do really enjoy it. Like, it's a nice movie that you could put on and just enjoy. Like, I remember, like, because I saw this with my mom. I saw it with my mom when I was in 6th grade, like when it came out, and like,
gotcha.
She absolutely loves it, and she just puts it on just to put it on. You know, like,
gotcha. So it's good background music. It's good background noise.
Yeah, it's genuinely like, because it's ultimately harmless. You know,
absolutely.
That's the big factor for it, is that it's like it doesn't teach any bad lessons or anything, or hurts anybody or anything like that. It gets across a nice message, honestly. You know, it gets across a simple, nice message about enjoying the simpler things in life. You know,
absolutely.
And I think that's unique for kids. You know, that's a unique lesson for kids. Say, like, slow down for a second and just enjoy, have some mindfulness. Just enjoy, like, your environment. You know, don't focus so hard on, like, get into this destination. Just kind of enjoy the moment, or the moments you're in, you know?
And like a lot of people still need that lesson to this day, man.
Yeah. Exactly.
But as far as like lessons go, that alongside the like don't be self-centered and fucking be a selfless person sometimes is like super freaking good. Freaking the whole like Lightning McQueen could have freaking won the race, but like pressed Donico freaking down the track. Like that was like a super poetic moment for like a bunch of people. So like yeah, man.
Him to see the hero just give up on the dream and recognize that it's like not always about getting to a destination, you know?
Yes.
Like that was really good. So it's like, you got to give props to it. It's just the fact that is, like you said, it's like a little bit of it can be a little alienating on the franchise side, because it's like, yeah, toy cars, at least like the little small Hot Wheels types, are always
dude. Like the market for cars after that shit came out was big. Like there was bed sets. There were several games. They're coming out today. There's several games.
I had 2 of them. I had 2 of them, and they were basically the same. Like I ended up getting the one for PlayStation. I'm pretty sure I had it because that was when the movie came out.
The first one, right? Okay, all right, cool. Yeah. So we're talking about the first one.
And then later, some years later, I ended up getting the version for Wii.
Oh, and there were 2 separate games, or were they?
They were the same games, basically, but one was just had a bit more like weird graphics because it's the Wii. Like,
oh yeah, so like everything was like angular. So like
exactly, it was a little weird. It's like, but now I'm playing on a Wii remote, and I beat the game on PlayStation, but I end up having a Wii, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'll try to beat it again. I stopped fucking playing that game.
The weirdest part about the Cars game is that it was so hard to unlock fucking new cars in that game. Like you had to like race like 1,000 times to get money in that.
You really had to race so fucking many times, and I was like, when does this game end? When do we get to the final race?
It literally don't end.
It
was made for that
going
exact
on.
reason.
I was like, okay, we're still going on this, aren't we? Fucking shit.
He's like, wow, another race. Oh, that's great. And like, you couldn't play as anybody but Lightning because like he had like the best stats. So like you're like, well, what the fuck? Like,
and bro, you know the dumbest thing about playing that fucking game was you were forced to have to listen to so much goddamn country music. There was nothing but country music on every fucking station. You just had nothing but dumbass Texas twang voices in your fucking ear all the fucking time.
The game came out before the movie,
and you
had to just take what you could get.
Imagine this. I'm a kid with ADHD. I have certain I have certain tendencies that I can enjoy. So I can't be in a room that's absolutely purely silent. I need to be hearing something, whether it be like a C or so. So I'm like, okay, let's like play this game. And so I don't really want to just listen to Road, and I mainly like hearing some talking coming from my video games, you know? So I was like, okay, let's listen to the radio.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you about to tell me that, like, you had to, like, it's either you had to have the game on mute because you didn't want to listen to country music, or you had to listen to country music all the time?
Basic fuckingly. It's like, it's like I either go with the dead silence that I really get anxious about, or I sit and listen to these dumbass Texas assholes saying in my ear. Oh, I was so angry.
Dude,
I
like,
was,
at that point, you got to throw the game away, man. You got to throw the game away at that point, man.
I did. I basically had to, bro. I sold them shits. Like, and I managed to get the songs out of my head. Like, I don't remember any of them damn songs, thank fucking goodness, but I just remember it was so much goddamn country. I think that is what made me hate country. Like, I think in my subconscious that is why I'm like, I can't fucking do country. I just fucking can't.
The Cars video game just ruined a whole man's freaking musical taste. That's nuts. That's a crazy thing to say.
I was done the fuck up, dude. I was done the fuck up. That
That's
shit
fair.
was horrid.
But the Cars the movie has like a pretty good balance of country music. Like it doesn't like shove that shit in your face. So like, yeah.
Yeah, I can listen to that.
At least the movie's
music. At least
the movie was tame compared to the game. Yes.
Yeah, that theirs was a bit more subtle country. And I'm like, okay, I'm good. But I could keep doing all them damn like country accents. Like
do you want to do the other two Cars movies, or do you want to go like straight to Red 2 after?
We can keep it going in from release order.
Ah,
yeah.
I was only asking because like you got Toy Story out the way like immediately, so I was trying to figure out like how you're gonna go from there.
Actually, yeah. Now that I think about it, we should do it like that. Damn, we should have did that for Incredibles 2. Fucking shit.
Oh shit. I mean, like we can go back after we're done with the Cars retrospective and
right. Cars 2. This obviously fucking why.
The first why?
Why? It was like the first one was good. It really was. And honestly, it was kind of a case of, oh, this is a happily ever after type movie. Like it's like Snow White. It's like
I don't need any more.
I don't need any fucking more. There was nothing more we needed to get out of this. Like, we got everything. He's being more mindful and just enjoying life and all that. And so you tell me there's a sequel on the way. I'm like, okay, how are they planning on doing it? Maybe some, like, adults are speculating. Maybe it's, like, going to take focus on a different cast or a cast of characters or so. No, it's still the same characters. So it's like, okay, where the fuck are we going with this? Oh, the main character is Mater. Y'all better come up with some way to justify me spending my goddamn money on this.
Bro, they couldn't. They literally couldn't, and like that's what we got.
That shit was so bad because it's like Mater is basically the Sheen of the fucking cars. Like,
Would you
he's
consider that
good
like
in
Pixar's
small
first?
doses?
Would you
Huh?
consider that Pixar's first cash grab?
Oh, it was absolutely for the first cash grab. Like, even if
That's
you want to
nuts.
even if you want to argue like Toy Story 2 technically was, because it's like, did we need a 2? It's like they actually put in a lot of genuine effort and showcase, hey, this is what we really can do when we have when we have better technology now. You know, that
Absolutely.
like that was
Freaking, like,
showcasing something.
That was literally like, I ain't gonna say a tech demo because Toy Story 1 was a tech demo, but Toy Story 2 was like, all right, cool, we can afford the computers now to do what we was trying to do in the first place.
Exactly.
And that was a really good freaking way of displaying that.
Exactly. Like, it was literally a showcasing for like, hey, this is us at our real power, you know? And
Absolutely.
Like, and then you get to Cars 2 and it's just like, it's like, oh no, you very much were chasing the train, because what the fuck do spies have to do with this shit? Like, what the actual fuck did spies have to do with that shit? They said, we're gonna pick the character you can only enjoy in small doses and make him the main character, and the main whole thing about this shit is gonna involve spies, because everybody loves James Bond right now. I'm
Bro.
like, nigga, what?
Bro. Somebody had to like be in that meeting room, and somebody said in the comments too of the live. Somebody said like, "Man, we know y'all want that." Nah, no, I can't necessarily say we did want that.
Nobody needed that. Nobody wanted that. Like, no, man. Mater was, like, he was a cool character in the first movie, but like I said, he was good in small doses. You got just the right amount of him to keep him from being annoying, you know, to still being, like, likable and all that. But then to put the full focus on him, and then you gotta put on a dumbass bit where it's like, oh yeah, nobody realizes that he's not the real spy. Like, I was like, oh, y'all ain't real.
So like when the movie was first made, I remember, and I'm not sure if you were watching Disney Channel at this time, man. They were doing Cars vignettes on Disney Channel, and I thought this was leading up to like a Cars series, which I would have been like more happy with than another fucking movie for some. But like they were doing these like Cars bits, and like oh yeah, like here's more like of the Cars verse after like this freaking 2005 movie that you guys seen a long time ago. We're still showing you shit from it. And I'm like, oh, that's crazy. So like, I'm assuming that this is like building up to something. Another movie was not what I was thinking that entire time. No.
Exactly, bro. Like, nobody was trying to be thinking of any goddamn like other movies or shit for this, bro.
Do you
like,
think that would have been good with like a car series for Disney Channel?
As like a small little arc or like an episode?
I would say like a weird like continuation of like just like what happened after freaking the Piston Cup, like just like yeah, like you're seeing the daily lives of freaking cars. It's just like a small budget freaking just series like on Disney Channel.
I think it could have, because like they did do like some car shorts, and those were like kind of nice. Like they
That's
were like
exactly what I'm talking
Mater
about.
tales.
Yeah,
like, exactly. Like those were fine, because it's like, okay, it's still Mater in small doses, and they're these small little stories that you can watch, and they're like inconsequential. So it's like
we didn't need a movie at all.
Exactly. We could have stopped. We literally could have fucking stopped. But
And
they kept going.
Exactly, and that goes on to say Cars 3, and like this is during the time where like we're all like literally adults at this time, right? And when I remember, and I'm sure that you know the trailer I'm going to talk about. When we all saw that first trailer of Cars 3, we were like, well, what the hell are they doing now? What the fuck is this?
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like what I'm going to do with that is going to kind of shock some.
Ooh.
Maybe. But yeah, Cars 2, big fat ass Y, and still the biggest blemish on Pixar's record. They had a good ass streak. That's the one thing. It's like they had a good ass fucking streak up to that point. And it's fucking nuts. It's like, damn,
It's
That
crazy
many,
because like that was 2011, so like freaking like they had like a whole bunch of fucking movies before that. And like
Yeah.
freaking, like they decided to like say like, you know what, fuck it, we're bad now. Like, freaking, I don't know how else to like put that.
right? And it's like it's a follow up from after fucking what was it?
Up, Wally, you
Wally,
freaking
fucking dude, fuck. We'll get into it when we get to Wally. Fucking Wally, man. It's nuts to think how where we thought they were going, and then they just fucking sidewind us with goddamn fucking Cars
freaking
2.
after Up and Wally, you would think the sky's the limit. Toy Story
Exactly.
3 too. You freaking you would think like, okay, like they don't do sequels like that except for Toy Story, like because that story had to be finished. Cars
Right.
2, like oh man, you
No,
fuck yourselves.
nothing had to be finished there, bro.
Nuts.
Oh my god. And so now we getting into fucking Cars 3.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead and place it. And give us your why.
Okay.
Oh man. I mean, you're pondering this one. You're pondering this one.
I'm kind of letting this settle in for some people because I feel like a lot of people are gonna be like, "What the fuck is this nigga on?" But
I understand why you put it there for sure. Because you talked about Cars 3 before, like in chats that we have like alone.
yes, and like I genuinely think if this was Cars 2, that would have been actually like, oh they know they still can do some good shit. Okay, I give props for that.
So
And-
I've always called your Cars 3 opinion as, oh, man hates Mater, and freaking this should have been the movie like all along.
It's like I don't hate Mater. I like Mater. It's just like I said, he's good in small doses. Like to get a whole movie, too much. But like you get to Cars 3 and they're like, yes, we're not giving you too much Mater first. Basically they try to apologize for that shit. Like, they had to say, we are so sorry. Okay, we apologize. Please
Literally,
come back.
whoops.
Like, and they get this overly enticing ass trailer, and I will admit, it was mad fucked up how they did it like that, because that shit really did not play much of a factor. Like, it's like the way they played it up, it's like, oh shit, is he like busted? Is he about to be a lemon or something? What the fuck happened? And then it's like in the movie, it's like, he's fine. Just fucking fine. He recovered. He's good. It's just
That was the first time I've ever been like really lied to from like a trailer. And like I was
Right?
an adult, so like I take that back. Freaking Kangaroo Jack was the first trailer that lied to me.
Yeah,
but
that lied to fucking everyone, bro. Like, the Kangaroo Jack was the biggest lie of a childhood. I don't care what anyone says. That shit trash.
if you guys don't know what we're talking about, just go watch it. If you guys never see Kangaroo Jack in general, like you could probably skip it. Honestly,
You easily
But
can skip it, bro.
but just know when that shit first came out, we thought it was gonna be a whole different movie than what it was. Absolutely.
Bro, if anything, you can look up Kangaroo Jack scenes like on YouTube, and like they'll probably got a good small compilation of it, like a good 2-minute compilation of all the scenes that Kangaroo Jack is like interesting in it, and that's all you will need. That's literally all you will need from it, because the rest of the movie is some dog shit.
But Cars 3 compared to that Kangaroo Jack trailer, it wasn't. I wouldn't say it's like all the way lying, because like they had that sequence.
They did
in
have
there.
it, yeah.
Like it wasn't as freaking grimdark as that trailer was like trying to make it out to be.
Exactly. Like that whole thing literally was a big case of like, it's still like, okay, it's kind of the equivalent of like some type of sports player getting a really, really serious injury in a sense. It's just sadly in the movie they kind of didn't play that up right. Like they should have played it up like, yeah, man, your axle's like twisted or busted or something to indicate. Look at me, I'm sounding like I actually know shit about cars, but like, like they should have indicated, yeah, man, it's like you're running thin on this. Like you're gonna break if you keep racing or something, you know. Like, they should have played that up more, but the most they were just playing up is like, yeah, man, you're getting old and people are looking at the newer guys, and it's like, okay, but it still managed to be a good story. You know what I'm saying? Like, I genuinely think it still was an actual good story.
Yes.
Okay, there you go. I was like,
I was waiting for you to get it off.
Yeah, nah, I get you. But yeah, like I genuinely like how they play up the idea that it's like, yo, you're old. It's time to move. Let the next generation get its shot. You know,
Which is a good moral.
Exactly.
That's a really good moral.
Like a really good moral. And I like that, you know, they really showcase like Lightning's growth in it, you know? Like,
Absolutely.
he actually, the fact that he finally accepted it, that it's like, yeah, it's about time. I gotta move on. I gotta get off this. That's like
Now,
time for me to move on.
My question to you, man, is should there be a Cars 4 after this?
Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no.
Damn.
Fuck no.
Damn.
Hell no. Abso-fucking-lutely not. No more. Okay?
Damn.
It's bad enough we're getting a Toy Story 5 and we really don't need that. A 4 absolutely ruins it all. It's like you absolutely trashed the whole thing. I don't care what anyone says. It's like, we're done. Throw it all in the trash. I don't care anymore. Throw it.
Who's
all
Planes made by?
Disney. That one was actually done more by Disney, but it takes
That's
place in the
nuts.
Cars universe. It's weird.
It's crazy to have like a Disney universe like within the Pixar universe. Like how did they go about that? That sounds like a weird fucking situation that they had.
I don't even know. It's fucking dumb. But like because it's like really Planes. Like the Cars was already a bit of an ask. But like Planes already are like, they don't look like a face. It's a plane. Just putting eyeballs on it ain't fucking helping nothing.
Oh wait a minute, that was like Disney's third-party studio, right? That makes the fucking sequels nobody cares about.
It was Disney. I think it was Disney. It wasn't Disney TVA, but
I think it was Disney Toon, like the one that made the freaking Winnie the Pooh movies and shit.
Yeah, I think so. It was like that one.
Yeah, freaking. I think they make Bambi too, and like Piglet's big movie and shit.
Maybe.
Okay.
I feel like Disney TVA was the one doing those, though. I feel like it.
I'm looking it up now, and it's called Disney Toon Studios. Now, if there was called Disney TVA beforehand, I can look that up. Nah, this is a separate thing.
Okay, they're separate. Okay, Disney Toon then. Yeah.
They were formerly known as Disney Movie Toons or Disney Video Premieres, but like it's one of those straight to fucking DVD type gimmicks.
Okay.
I remember Planes being in the theater though. Am I wrong?
Nah, it never went to theaters. I'm fairly certain it didn't go to theaters. No.
Who's watching that?
No. Maybe it did. Damn, did it? Oh,
Yo, chat, confirm if
I'm looking it up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. The merger because of Lasseter. Freaking, I forgot about that. So they had like a separate studio after that.
Announced released theatrically. Yep, it's theatrical. It went to theaters.
That's
dumb.
Nuts. That's nuts. Did people did they get their money back? Like, I wonder how that worked. Planes is the biggest why. Somebody said in the comments. And,
it is.
That is true.
Like, bro, nobody even asked for fucking cars, and then you're thinking, yeah, we'll give you planes. I'm like, if you don't sit down. If you don't sit your fucking drunk asses down, like, this is shit that a drunk person would come up with. Come on, bro.
But yeah, cars 4. Fuck, if we get like boats or planes or something, like hopefully it's within like those studios that nobody cares about, so like they could just make their freaking like tax write-off money that I'm assuming Planes was made out of. I have no idea what was going on with that.
I mean, maybe because it's like
I like to think of like most media that like people make that like they know that nobody's gonna watch is like tax write-offs, right? Like there's no way. There's no way.
Cars, planes, what's the difference? Everything.
What's
the difference? I don't know, like fucking Planes, man. That was dumb. Okay. What was the franchise after Cars? That was Oh wait, we got to go back to Incredible. We got Incredibles.
Yeah, Incredibles. So Incredibles 2, I already stated my piece that Incredibles 1 was about family values.
Mm.
Incredibles 2, I liked what they tried to do. I still don't like that it was made. Does that make sense?
I suppose I kind of can get it. I kind of get what you're saying, but
They could have did this with like a short or something. I didn't need an entire movie of that.
I'm gonna be honest because I know a lot of people look at this thinking like what the fuck is this nigga on right now again? But I mean it. I genuinely think Incredibles 2 is pretty great. I actually enjoyed what they did with it. I like that we got even more of the family, like, and actually seeing Bob be a bit more domesticated. You know?
Yeah.
Like, and everybody was and it was funny. Like, it genuinely was funny. I'm sorry, I laughed my ass off when it was Jack versus that raccoon. Like, that was hilarious. That's the type of slapstick that we've been missing in a lot of modern cartoons, bro.
Need more of it.
Like, that's an evolution of some good slapstick. And it's funny because it's like, usually slapstick, like, you know how in Tom and Jerry, they don't really look too much like their animal counterparts. Like, they feel a bit more humanoid. Like, in this instance, it's like, no, this is a raccoon. Like, it's an actual raccoon, but they still managed to make it funny. Like, because when they had Tom and Jerry looking a bit more like, acting more like a mouse and a cat, it wasn't as funny, you know?
Yes.
But in this one, like, they managed to make it funny without making it feel like, oh, that's kind of cruel that this is happening to this poor raccoon. You know, it's like, no, I'm laughing at it, you know? Like, but I genuinely like what the movie actually did, you know? I like that Elastigirl was able to get her spotlight, and she was and it was a pretty good story. I will admit, the one thing that genuinely people don't like, and it's like fair, was the villain. I had to admit, it's like, I totally.
The villain was a Y for me. It was a Y.
Yeah. It's like, you had a great thing with that screenslaver guy. That actually could have worked.
That's what I thought where it was going. That's what I thought where it was going.
Exactly. But then you did the twist villain aspect, which it's like, ugh, God, we're still doing this. And the motivation was not that great or good at all, really, because it's like, okay, she's doing this because she's mad at the supers because her dad was relying way too heavily on them, to the point that when he screwed up and didn't go to the safe room, like when his house got broken into, and went more for the phone to call the supers, he ended up getting killed. And it's like, that's not the supers' fault. Like, that's your dad's fault for not putting the damn phone in the safe room. That bugged me, because I'm like, why didn't he just put the phone in the safe room, so that way you're protected and you get to call the cops or call.
That situation felt like it was like a last minute like writer's choice. I feel like that shit was like added last minute. It was really. I was like, oh, we got to give the villain motivation.
That's my thing. I wouldn't be surprised that was like maybe some meddling or some shit, but it definitely was like, what the fuck are these niggas do? It's like, okay, that was a little bit like, I'm not feeling that. Like, that's a weird choice. So, and like I said, it's bad because it's like, with Screenslaver, it's like already a unique idea. Hell, I like the name Screenslaver. Come on. That is some good pulp right there. That's some pulp right there. Some good superhero pulp. Like, that was a damn good name. And then to find out, it's like, yeah, it's just nothing. Not an actual villain, basically. Or it's a different villain. It's like this whole fucking twist villain crap doesn't work. because it usually relies too heavily on getting a different character now. You know, it's like first you're introduced to this character and they're acting one way, and by the end they're a totally different character, and it's like, but I gotta get to know another new character in the third act, basically.
Bro, I remember, like, I don't think this really counts. Like, when Frozen tried to do the, like, yeah, man, the guy who's, like, really likable is actually the bad guy. I was like, oh, come on. You can't just, you can't do that anymore. Freaking, it's such a tired trope, ain't it?
It is, but, like, in Disney sense, it's like Pixar did it first with Stinky Pete from Toy Story 2, and that was fine. You know, it's like, okay, cool, whatever.
So with Stinky Pete, I kind of saw that coming, not gonna lie. Now with Frozen,
Really?
they kind of just like made the whole character. It's like, yeah, man, he's super likable. Like, there's nothing you can hate about him except that he's a bad guy. And I was like, what the fuck is that? Stinky Pete, freaking, he had like unlikable tropes, like while he was trying to be a good person. So like, freaking, like like he was like, yeah, man, don't do that, by the way, and like shit like that, like where like he was like super stern about like certain shit that the toys couldn't do, and freaking, I remember him. Wait, not Stinky Pete. I'm thinking about freaking Lotso. Never mind.
Thank you. I was a little bit like,
I'm thinking of Lotso. Never mind.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. Like Lotso, yeah, Lotso was a twist villain, but it still worked because the hints were there. So it's like, okay, yeah, something felt seedy. You know?
Yeah, so with Stinky Pete, I remember like fucking like my jaw dropping as a kid because I was like, oh my god, no! I thought he was running again.
Yeah, like that one was like, okay, actual shocking twist, and it's like, okay, works fine enough. I mean, it's still a different character, but it still works. But then by the time we get to fucking Incredibles 2, it's like, okay, you guys are relying on that, and I'm kind of wanting, and this is also with Disney too, doing that shit as well. So it's piled up now. So at this point, it's like, bro, y'all need to be coming correct on this. Y'all got to be coming correct on this. Come on.
Super tired.
Very tired. But yeah, man, with Incredibles
2 was essentially just like, everybody wanted to see more Miss Incredible, and they got it. And I would say that like nobody was disappointed in that aspect. We got more grounded characters and more character interactions that felt very real. Yeah. And as far as it standing the test of time of like you need to watch this movie, I can't necessarily say that. But it is another Incredibles movie. I can say that. I can say that.
I can admit, maybe, yeah. It's like if you don't want to watch it, you don't have to. But I think it's still a good follow up. Yeah, because it's a little different. That it's like, oh yeah, it's directly following up from the movie from so long ago. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like we're actually gonna see that mission play out. Interesting. And it still managed to tell a good story because everybody was mainly on the side of, hey, age them up, show Violet going to college or Dash maybe or maybe show the kids as adults or something like that. And I'm like, I mean, yeah, but you kind of want to know them a bit more as they are. It did feel, to a degree, it's like you could argue, it's like it felt a little regressive by the fact that we start out the movie and it's like, yeah, superhero prejudice is still very much well and alive, and they still messed it up again. But I was like, I don't think this is. I think it still works well enough for itself.
As far as continuations are concerned, this is a good continuation.
Yeah, I genuinely think it's like, yeah, it works as a good continuation to this whole thing.
And Monsters University is next.
My God, we gotta really do that one.
And go ahead and make your thoughts. I'm about to go get something from the kitchen. Go ahead and air it out.
I kind of need to go get some water, really, again.
All right, go ahead then.
I'm gonna put us on. I'll be right back, people.
Once again. 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 Once again.
Okay. I'm back, everybody. I don't think Dump's back yet. We didn't leave the thing. No, he didn't. Yeah. Hope y'all been enjoying the discussion. Hope y'all also enjoyed the AMV. I'd switch it to my other AMVs, but there's only like 2 of them that are like not copywritten, because some of them are using songs that are not like that are a lot like the one that you're hearing that you saw. That one was that was with DJ Quads, and DJ Quads usually is like not really copywriting any of his songs, so it's like, oh, I could just use it. And the other one was using "Gotta Get the Cash" from Anarchy Reigns. And like that one was, what's the song? The one you saw on the break was DJ Quad's "I Got a Story." Yeah, "I Got a Story." That's the DJ Quad song. The song from Anarchy Reigns is like I said, it's "Gotta Get the Cash." And that one is not copywritten, so it's like I can just play that as is, like, because it's just video game music, and most of the time, and especially since it's Sega, it's like, yeah, we don't care if you upload our songs, like, go ahead. It's like, it's cool. And it's like, okay. But the rest involve have copywritten songs, and it's like, if I play that, I'm going to get in trouble, or the live stream could get taken down. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. So, yeah, in terms of that, I want to say, ultimately, eventually, I might try another, make another AMV off of video game music. Like, I feel like that'd be fun to do. What's that one? But yeah, sorry for the dead silence right there. Yeah, since we're on the tier list, I kind of don't want to talk too much about it while Dub's not here, but overall, like, the biggest thing, I guess we can keep the talk going. What were we on? We were talking Incredibles 2, right? And the next thing was going to be Monsters University, and I said, okay, we went on break. I guess keeping it from on Incredibles 2 and just what we've gotten through in general. Yeah, so far it's like I feel like I'm a bit predictable. I'm not gonna lie, like a part of me feels like I'm very predictable on this because at least in the timeless case, because it's like, yeah, obviously with Toy Story you're going to put it up there. You just you got to come on. Like you just got to. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh god. That caught me. Oh, the super chat. Holy shit. $99.99 from King Keandre. If I'm hoping
How's about a kiss?
as the widget just said, thank you so much.
Holy shit! Man, we were just supposed to be sitting here chilling, man. What
That's
the hell?
what the fuck I'm saying, bro.
That's crazy.
Bro, look at this. Thank you so much.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Oh
Hey,
my
congratulations, man. That
Thank
is
you.
really good. Thank you, King.
I really appreciate that. I seriously do. Thank you. Okay? Thank you. What,
That's
I'm doing all
nuts.
this. I ain't even read the damn thing. You're one of the best animation YouTubers. Love your content. Thank you. Oh
man.
my god.
Bro, man, you just got Mr. Beasted, bro. Like freaking like you just
I kind of did.
you was just chilling, man, talking about animation that you enjoy, and you got freaking paid for it. Like
That's
you
my
know,
thing, bro. You know what the weirdest thing is? We're going on a tangent, but I've been having fun. This has all been great. Oh my god, it's night. Back on topic. Like I really was doing these. I saw everybody else was getting back into streaming and everything. You know, Tariq, Keeks, and even Bree.
Yes.
And I was just like, I should probably do the same thing, man. I should get back in on this, you know, because it keeps the channel alive. It gets me talking with my subscribers more. But the thing was, I just never could justify the numbers like that, you know, because every time it's like we're doing it, but I barely can get past like fucking 10 congruent viewers or so. Like
Yes.
a few weeks ago, I did that cyberpunk rush bomb rush cyberpunk.
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah, I did that. I played that on stream, and like, it didn't do that hot. Like, people were not really fucking with it. So I'm like, okay, I mean, shit. Like
You gave it
the
another whirl.
Yeah, I'm like, let me try it again today. But this time, let's orient it around just discussing animation, you know? Because I'm thinking everybody who subscribes to this channel clearly wants to hear about what I think about cartoons, because I think about whenever they actually do come in for the streams, it's the streams where we're talking cartoons and such.
A lot of the guys who are subscribed to you don't know that you're like a big gamer as well. And like I know that must suck for you, because like I know you would be one like could talk a lot about gaming most of the time. But fucking like, hey, like you're kind of like locked into like animation.
A little bit. That's kind of thing, but I mean, but the one thing that can come from it is that I can still play the games on stream, but I just need to make it clear that we're talking animation. You know, I'm just using the game as like a background, it's just background noise, but I'm still talking the big stuff, you know, or talking the main stuff.
That's a good in between, but this donation kind of liked you in, like, hey man, maybe like
streaming shit ain't bad, bro. Like I left it alone for a minute because it was a little bit like I kept feeling like, damn, I gotta make it an event every time. Like that's what it was. Like for a while, every time I was streaming, it was an event of some sort, you know, because we would be watching the gaming conferences, and we stopped doing that after once. Because
dude,
like,
man,
yeah.
I was scarred into that last Sonic one that didn't like display anything. I was like, man, that's like
that was it's like, oh, we watched this shit, and it's like this really meant jack shit. So
they didn't give us anything to play off of, so we were like, well, fuck, like now we gotta like make something out of nothing.
Exactly, bro, and it's like, ugh, and it was just like making it an event just was blowing my shit. So getting into it here with it, getting more into it by actually just engaging with the stuff that I specialize in. I'm like, I like this. I like this shit, because I do Simple Thoughts, and that's just me speaking my mind, but that's just me by myself. Here I can play off stuff. I can actually play off shit in real time. I can play off the chat. I just gotta keep the latency up, so that way it's like, okay, yeah, I'm not taking too long before we get to answering you or anything like that. And that's what screwed me up on the Cyberpunk stream, because I had it on normal latency, so people were definitely behind. So maybe if I am trying to acknowledge them, it's like, well, sorry, I wanted you to acknowledge me and you didn't, and I'm like, fuck.
But yeah, super thanks, freaking King Keandre, man. You did your thing, man. Hey, man, bro. We was just chilling, and you made it a lot better.
Exactly, bro. I really, really appreciate this so much. Really. Oh, this is so great.
Oh man, now we got to talk about Monsters University now.
Right? We went on that whole tangent. Okay. Monsters University. When I first heard about this shit, I was like, why? I was like, why are we going to college now? And the thing is, it's like, we're thinking about the fact that fucking the fact is they forgot literally this one little bit in this one line from their own movie, where Mike literally says, it's like, you've been jealous of my good looks ever since the first grade.
Retcon.
It's like, how did y'all miss this shit? Oh man.
The movie would have been great if they didn't retcon.
they could have literally just started with them being just best friends from the jump. I think that would have been way more interesting than what we got. If they were just best buds outright from first grade to college. Because I don't think anybody really cared about these two bickering and fighting and all that, because it's like, we got that in the first film. It's like, we really got to see that again and to a bigger scope.
Man, bro, you got to see that with new characters this time.
Ugh. It genuinely was like, you could have had a way more heartfelt, because the thing is, it's like, you're missing Boo. Boo was a big player in making Monsters Inc. so great, and now she's just not there at all. And so it's like, okay, it's just Sully and Mike, and they're good. I like them. They're funny, but they're just not really doing much here, because it's just a college film. That's the worst. That's kind of the most offensive thing about it, is that it's just it's just your basic ass college film, but on a PG scale.
Very much so.
And barely a PG scale, more on a G scale, because let's face it, a lot of Pixar shit is just G. It's just G rated.
Absolutely.
Basically.
Except for Incredibles.
Except for Incredibles, yeah. Except for Incredibles. And it's just like, this thing's kind of nuts that you have it like this. It's like,
I can argue that Turning Red is also PG, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah. I just can't. It's just it's like, and it runs every fucking trope from college films. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
They constantly run all the tropes from college films, and it's like, but this is G. This is G-rated college films. It's not funny. You can't get edgy. You can't be real about it, because we ain't trying to see no fucking Sully sex.
Bro, it feels like a high school movie because it's like G. You know what I mean? Freaking, freaking college, really? Freaking most of the time, whenever you're in that setting, a lot of people like to display the drugs, the freaking the freaking sororities and shit, and fucking basically what actually goes on in college, besides the stress-filled freaking work that you got to do. But other than that, they always like to show the fun aspects of it, at least from every college movie that I've seen. So yeah, I thought that if we were gonna get Monsters University, I would have preferred it to be. I would have preferred it to be a higher rating than the one that we got. It's like, oh, it's a kids movie. I thought we was gonna get like a risque Pixar movie because it was in college. I didn't get that.
Right. It's like, I mean, and like I said, and to be honest, like I said, I was like, I ain't trying to see no Sully sex. Like, I ain't trying to see none of that. Like, I don't need to know what that's about to look like, or like, nah.
That's
like,
fair. That's fair.
So like, they just were stuck between a rock and a hard place on this shit, and so it's like you could and this is something even Tariq was constantly points out, is that the one that it still has one of the like very potent scenes in it at the end when they're at the little camp. So like literally like it's like, okay, damn, that was actually really good, but it's like, fuck, I wish that was in a better movie.
Hey, so like I was just about to say, I was like that doesn't redeem the movie, unfortunately. Like,
it doesn't. That's what it sucks. It's like it doesn't redeem the movie, but it's a really potent scene.
He said, "Damn, I wish this was in a different movie." That was kind of fucked, man.
I've had it's happened before on certain other movies. Like I'd be thinking about like, what if I tried to take something like of this scene and play it in something that actually works with it, you know? Like, or I think about a scene like this is kind of obscure and a little bit weird, but like this is some like it's the fucking, you know, the Metropolis movie and the anime.
Ooh. That's a deep cut.
Exactly, that's a big deep cut. But like in that movie, they have this big ass scene where the city is just blowing up and crumbling, and everything is fucking a massive spectacle and everything. And like I absolutely fucking I love that scene. I constantly go back and rewatch it because it's like, my God,
classic.
This is amazing. I wish I could see this. I wish I would have seen this in theaters, because it's like, holy shit. And but I constantly think back to that movie, and it's like that movie was so incoherent. It didn't know what the fuck it was doing. And it's like, so the scene itself has no real weight, because it's like, fuck, in terms of themes, I don't know what the hell is happening here.
Man, Metropolis is such a good fucking movie. Wait, was that circa 2001, 2002? What is that fucking?
It might have been I feel like it was a 90s movie, was it?
It looks like it from the color grade, but like I also think like it kind of looks Astro Boy-ish. Like I don't know, it's hard to like really. I think it's 2001.
I don't know if it was. I'm pretty sure. I don't think it's Osamu Tezuka.
No.
Because
it was based upon Osamu Tezuka.
Right. Because I was wondering that, but yeah. But that's my whole thing, man. Like that.
It was made by the Akira guy who was
yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, it was made by the Akira guy who was inspired by Astro Boy.
That makes all the more sense. But yeah, like my whole thing is, I think with Monsters University, it's like it has a really good scene, but it's like you gotta wade through so much nothing,
slaving through it
to get to it. It's like,
I would say Monsters University is an okay movie.
Exactly. It's an okay movie.
Based off the ending alone, it's an okay movie.
Exactly. It's like, like literally, it'd be a total why if that scene wasn't in it. Like, absolutely. Because literally, it's just a case of like you gotta wade through a boring ass, dulled down college film, and that's just so annoying. That's annoying to think about. It's like, really, a watered down college film.
Somebody in the chat brought up they were also trying to give Randall an origin.
Yeah, and it's like, did we need to give Randall an origin? We just having a rivalry is enough. Like
I was like, you already had the origin in the first movie. Like, you're just a bad dude. Like,
right, he was just a dick. That's all we needed to know. There did not need to be any other reason for him to not like Sully. Like, what the hell? And it was so inorganic. Like, literally, when Randall was on the field, just like, that's the last time I lose to you, Sullivan. I was like, y'all can't be real. Y'all are cartoons yourselves when y'all were writing this shit.
That was a stretch if I've ever seen.
Like, that wasn't working for me. Like, I'm like, no. That was so inorganic. That was just so inorganic, man.
Pretty good. Oh damn! Now we're down to Finding Dory. At least for the sequels.
Oh yeah, that's right. Damn, we're still.
Yeah.
We did it like that, but yeah.
It's crazy because like you wouldn't think. So like, what is that? 4 sequels in all for Pixar? That's not a bad record.
Right.
It's still not good that they did so many, but like
Yeah. It's always a case of like, well, that's what gets them the money, and it's like that shouldn't be how it is, but fuck.
I mean, like freaking. I remember like looking in disgust when I saw fucking Lilo and Stitch. Stitch gets a glitch. I was like, wow, man, this. I really wish they didn't do that. But freaking, here we are.
What was that?
Me.
Oh my god!
Oh, dude, like that sounded like an HD like freaking door opening. Like it sounded like a not Final Fantasy, Resident Evil door opening. That was really hilarious.
Oh
It's
my
the
god.
AIM door sound, and you can set entry sounds on
Yeah.
Discord now.
That's
Yeah, you
terrible.
can. Yeah, you can. But you have to have nitro. That's what sucks. If you don't have nitro, you
Yeah.
can't do it. I'm like, eventually. I don't know. Eventually, I'll get nitro, but no. Welcome, Offbeat Kiki.
Hi.
I just got through watching Keeks do terrible roles on Baldur's Gate.
Hey, we got some good ones.
Some, yeah, sure.
Bullying me.
Well, so far we've been going through this tier list, and
I know, I'm looking at it.
Nope.
yeah. So far, I feel like it's been. Part of me feels like it's more tame than I let on, but I don't know.
I think this is a solid list so far.
Okay.
It's when you get to like the later movies and when like people are gonna like raise an eyebrow.
That's where the contention is, because so many people hate like modern Pixar right now.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we talk about a modern one then? Or are you going in like chronological order?
Chronological order in terms of franchise.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So what we just did Monsters University. We're kind of going backwards because we ended up skipping it through a bit weirdly. But we're now on Finding Dory.
Okay.
Yeah. And like, I'll be honest, like
Ooh.
Finding Dory, I genuinely was like, I really did like enjoy it a lot. Like when I went to see it, I was like, okay, this is your standard moving forward, Pixar, when you're doing sequels now, because they actually did something unique by really playing into Dory's forgetfulness being like an actual disorder for her. I was like, oh, okay. I mean, the one thing people kept pointing out at the time was that it's like, oh, now they're making us like say, yeah, you guys are fucked up for laughing at her, and I'm like, but y'all made us laugh at her. Wait a minute, that's not us. That's all y'all. But like, it's still like it really was. Goodbye, y'all, Kiki.
Don't worry, I'm still listening.
I know, but like, it's but it was still really good in their execution of things, because they at least understood the fact that it's like, maybe like we can actually expand upon this. It's like, you know, it's like you have the clown character, but we can actually show that it's like they're not exactly a happy clown, you know?
I agree. I agree with King in the comments. Finding Dory is like probably the best sequel that isn't Toy Story. Because I was thinking about Incredibles 2, and I was like, I was like, is Finding Dory and Incredibles 2 on the same wavelength? I think Finding Dory is like a bit like above Incredibles 2.
I can actually see a good argument for that, really.
Ooh.
I could see that. Like, because they both kind of do the same things where it's like they're only a little bit, they're like not full time skips or anything like that. They're just
Exactly.
like,
It's a
basically
continuation.
right, just a straight up continuation. But I do think Finding Dory's hits a little harder because it was able to get onto that subject matter of like having a mental disorder.
Literally, it was literally a mental health movie, and it's like super. It's super poetic because they're fucking fish. So like you wouldn't think you wouldn't think that like it would matter as much, but like it's like super real and grounded.
Oh, exactly. Like exactly, they treat it so perfectly. They actually don't play it up as a joke. They play it seriously, and it works. It actually works. You actually feel hurt for Dory in this whole entire time. It's like, yeah, man, this be constantly forgetting things left and right. It's like, yeah, that's gotta suck.
I have to say that it's not a timeless though, and so like I can go ahead and rule that out. I can rule that out. It is. I would venture to guess that it's a great movie and probably greater than Incredibles 2. That's
exactly where I was sitting at.
Gotcha.
Honestly, that's where I was sitting at. I was like, I think it's great, and it definitely, and I think it does things a little better against Incredibles 2. Like it actually gets into a real deep like thing, you know?
Yes.
So, yeah. What was okay? So we caught back up. So now we're out.
Wally?
Yep.
Oh wait, no, Ratatouille.
Damn, yeah, Ratatouille was that. Yeah, because it was like Cars 1, then Ratatouille, then Wall-E. Yeah, so.
Yes. I for the longest I thought that Cars and Ratatouille came out the same year, but I remember like no Pixar movie ever did that.
Right.
Like,
yeah, that was their whole thing. Like they wouldn't come out with another movie within the same year.
But yeah,
we got into that now.
Yeah.
Like
freaking Ratatouille though. That movie, fuck. So like moral wise, I don't like it. It's something to like.
Oh.
Fuck it. So how do I put this? Ratatouille has like has a really good setting. Like I love like the whole like concept of like a freaking rat cooking in general. Like I always thought that was like a really like cute aspect. But as far as like Remy going against like how do I put this? Going against like tradition? What was Remy going against?
Yeah, he was going against tradition because his family was like, yeah, we just eat trash. That's all we can do. We don't.
Gotcha.
We just stick to the script. We don't change up. You know, that type of speech.
Gotcha. And Remy was like yeah, but why? And freaking and everybody was like taken aback by like why he was asking such questions. And
right.
I think at the time I felt as though like that's a pretty like that's a standard freaking moral to go off of. But like I enjoyed like the movie more than the moral, if that makes sense. Like I like the aspect of freaking Remy controlling the main character Linguini freaking and just like doing all that he did. I also like the Linguini story more than Remy's, if that makes sense.
I can kind of understand it because with Linguini he's a dork, and you know you're kind of wanting to see a bit more. You want to see the dork make it out. So
literally rooting for the underdog, literally.
Right, exactly. Like you're just rooting for the underdog, and I can understand that. I mean, granted, Remy himself is also an underdog.
Absolutely,
but he is a rat, which already is like some like I remember this like my own sister says like she's bothered by the fact that he's a rat. So it's like my thing is like
like it wasn't like a hyper realistic rat. Like Remy was cute. Freaking like I ventured to guess that like people found like the character design of not all the rats. There were some nasty looking rats in there, but freaking Remy was like Remy was one of the good looking ones, all things considered.
Yeah, when you think about it, like a lot of them look gnarly as hell. It was like damn, you all types of fucked up.
But as far as like the cooking aspect is, become a chef before that movie. You probably wanted to become a chef afterwards, and that's what I thought was like super good about it.
Oh, you like cut off a bit.
Oh shit. I was talking about Oh wait, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was talking about if you didn't want to become a chef before that movie, you absolutely probably wanted to become a chef afterwards. And I think it was super inspiring for like cooks out there. That's a really good movie for that.
Yeah, it definitely. I'm fairly certain a lot of people like who are in culinary school or went to culinary school like said like Ratatouille is what helped them along.
Absolutely.
Like I'm pretty sure I've heard people say that too. like it does it in a good way, you know. The fact that it's a rat doing this shit, it's like, huh. Okay,
most of the cooking like looks hyper realistic too. Like most of that shit like looks like freaking grounded. Like it was like wow, like freaking like actually looks like they're freaking adding in spices and shit. Like that shit was like actual food.
Right. Exactly. Like it made it look really delicious. Like I'll admit when I saw the Ratatouille when it was made, I was like, ooh, that looks nice. But then I looked up what it was made up from, and I was like, oh fuck no, because it's like it's nothing but vegetables, and I'm like, oh hell no. I was like eggplant, tomato. I was like,
so I originally thought it was just like a bunch of pepperonis just on top of each other.
I got it too.
I've always thought that like freaking Ratatouille was just like, oh man, like if it's just a bunch of pepperonis with sauce like that okay, I can eat that.
Right, like that's what I was thinking, bro. And I was just like, man. But then when I found out what it was, I was like, hell no.
He's like, so when I found out what it was too, I was like, is that even filling? Was somebody like order that by itself? Like
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm thinking. I was like, that little fucking dish. Like, what the hell is this? Like, look at. I'm like, let me look it up real quick. Like, let's actually look at what that shit is. Here we go.
Rat patootie.
Where is it? Yeah, look at this shit. Like, look at that. That is so tiny. That is so significantly tiny. Like
people are ordering that. Like freaking like that's nuts. If that like stretches past like $10, I'll probably be pissed. Like what does that eat?
Oh, you don't know the half of it. If I found out this bullshit was fucking over $10, I'd be like, you need to give me my fucking money back.
He's like, give me a steak, please. I'll pay the 20 instead. Like I don't understand.
I would feel gypped. I'd feel so gypped. It's like I could have got myself a good ass like pasta dish. For that, I could have got myself a good ass fucking steak or something if I'm gonna be spending.
Dude, like I constantly look at like influencers and celebrities like go to like these fancy restaurants and like have like a toast dish that like has like freaking like hors d'oeuvres on them and shit like that, and then they're like, yeah, man, that shit was like $30. I was like, nah. I want something hefty. I want something that like I don't have to like go back into my fridge after I go home. After
Exactly, it's like. Oh, I ain't gonna want no bullshit like this because it's like, dog, I'm not gonna be full after eating that. I'm gonna need like 20 more of these shits. Like, what the hell?
But yeah, like I would be alright with the dish if it wasn't past $10. If it is past $10, I'd rather eat something else. Give me a chicken tender. Like I don't get that.
Right.
But as far as like how the food looked within that movie, it was super appetizing. Somebody said in the comments, King Keandre actually said that Ratatouille is borderline a timeless low tier. So like basically, he's saying it is low key. Never mind. I can't read. That's crazy. So as far as a low key classic, I can agree with that. Timeless, and do I imagine myself like saying to somebody, you need to watch Ratatouille? Maybe if they're a chef, maybe if they're going into food, yes, I can say like, yeah, man, Ratatouille is like that movie. As far as like a Disney classic, there's like way more other that I can name off the top of my head before Ratatouille. So that's why I can't necessarily say that like it's within that list.
Man, because I don't know if you were in that one bracket we did with Pixar movies, because that Ratatouille was fighting. That shit was if I'm right, it either almost won or was about to or something like that. But that like people that shit.
I remember that bracket. I remember that bracket.
Yeah, because it was like Lilo and Stitch. It was like
That's what it
against Lilo and
was.
Stitch. It came down to Ratatouille and Lilo and Stitch, and like it's like that one.
I feel like if Ratatouille was fighting against some other classics, it probably wouldn't have made it that far. But I think it was going against like mid-tier movies, where like people were like, "Yeah, I'd rather pick Ratatouille."
Yeah, it kept getting
but like
bad matchups.
exactly. So like looking at like the timeless list that you got right now, I don't think that Ratatouille and Monsters Inc. are on the same wavelength. Am I wrong?
I was actually struggling with that, but I honestly am in the vein of saying, yeah, it's not really as much of a timeless one.
It's a great movie for sure.
It
like,
really
I
is,
agree with that.
and I'd put it. But
Ooh.
Do I want to say it?
Ooh.
Yeah.
There we go. I like that.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I could do that. Like, I genuinely think, yeah, it's a really great movie. It was so inspiring. Like I said, a lot of people's careers started because of it. Started because of it. You know, they actually went on their culinary journey. So you got to give props there, man.
I would say Ratatouille is a very inspiring movie, but as far
It
as
is.
like a movie to like watch and be like, yeah, man, you need to go watch this. Oh man, it's hard to say. It's hard to say, really.
I mean, that's my thing. I mean, I say it's like, yeah, you should watch it. I'd easily be like, it's a movie you can recommend, definitely, because it has a lot of really great qualities to it. You know, like it has an interesting story. The characters are fun and everything like that. Like it looks real. It's gorgeous. Like
Absolutely. Oh my god, dude, the set pieces on that fucking.
it's really fucking gorgeous. Like, God, does it bring France alive? Like,
Dude, freaking. It's like they like fucking built it from the ground up. Like freaking computers are like freaking really good to like freaking do that whole movie. Like yeah, that movie was nuts, dude.
exactly, man. And like, so you get into the timelessness thing. It's like, yeah, it does have that part where like all those other cooks, we don't really learn shit about them. You know, it seemed like it was setting up to be a big ensemble cast, you know, of interesting characters, but it's kind of a lesser Atlantis.
The movie, like you're only looking at like 3 characters max in Ratatouille. While like Finding Nemo, everybody's like freaking Toy Story, everybody's likable. Like you know, like so like that's what I think about when I think like timeless. Like what's everything in that movie that made it timeless.
Right. Even when people meme the movie, people are thinking the main people we see is Remy, Linguini, and Coilette, and the boss. Like that's all we usually see. They don't show the rest. Nobody really memes on the cooks because like ain't nobody know shit about them.
They try to do backstories, but like they didn't go on with that.
Right.
Like,
it's like they were just very quick. Like jokes basically, and it's like, okay, yeah, funny, haha, but that's not very memorable. It's just a joke. And that's it. You know, we don't really get to see their personalities shine through or anything.
I honestly don't think we see like enough of Coilette, but besides like, oh, like she's just like, you know, cute French girl or whatever. I feel like they could like built upon like more backstory on her besides like, oh, like I don't like being lied to type deal.
You know what, and you know what. You're not wrong, actually. I think that's something a lot of people who really love Ratatouille like kind of overlook a bit, is that Colette. Damn, I kept calling her Colette from like Futurama.
She has as much backstory as like the people that she like name dropped. So like
basically does.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, she gets a little more screen time, yeah, but a lot of that is in service to basically her romance to Linguini.
Absolutely. And we still
really
have no backstory on there.
Right. And I think a lot of people like skip out on that. You know, it's like they're mostly focusing on the really strong message of it. And don't get me wrong, the message is strong, like I said.
Super.
But it's just a case of like, I think it could have struck a little harder if like if it like actually just paved the path a little better, you know,
Absolutely.
to get to it, to showcase it. That's just, I don't know. That's just where I stand on that. So yeah,
I
great,
agree.
just not timeless.
The next movie is groundbreaking.
Uh,
We're about to
Wally,
do Wally.
come on, man.
Go ahead, talk to him. Go ahead, talk to him.
Okay, come on. Where we gotta put you? Because I actually low key struggle with this. Oh man, I'm like, Let's get the fuck into this, okay? Okay. In fact, that I feel like I forget something I probably should be doing. So you that I should stream this for you. Ah, man, he muted. Oh man, he actually muted. Damn. But okay, we got to get into this.
He's been waiting for this one.
I as I was sitting on it, as I was waving back and forth, I was like, But as I was waiting on it, I kept increasing and increasing. But low key, I stand by that. It really is like Wall-E is genuine top tier, fucking Pixar.
It's a movie that still means something to this day.
Exactly. It still means something to this day. Like, it literally does everything it needs to do. It literally does everything that Pixar was known to do. Like, it's the culmination of everything Pixar, basically. And
This is the Pixar movie. Like,
Yes.
if it wasn't for Toy Story, I would say that Wall-E would be like the spokesperson for freaking Pixar. Honestly,
exactly. Like, I think I think Wall-E would have been like an idea. Like, if Pixar wanted to come up with other mascots for them, Wall-E really is like a good like secondary, like after like the Toy Story characters.
yes.
Like, it's like, oh, Wall-E, Pixar. I easily can think that, and like, it's just.
I remember a lot of kids growing up not liking Wall-E's design all that much because, like, oh, he's just like a scrap robot or whatever. Like, that's not very cute. While, like, as far as I'm concerned, I thought like he was like a pretty like he was just like a little dork. Like, it was such a fucking like a little funny thing to look at, right?
Exactly, he's a dork. He's a dorkable. It's like he's literally as you look at him, he's so recognizable. Like, immediately, even if you put him in a silhouette, I'm pretty sure you could still make out that it's him.
Absolutely.
And like, and my thing is like, people. Like, some people say it's like, I don't know, because the second half doesn't feel as strong as the first half, you know, because it's like, oh yeah, the first
I have heard that comment. I have heard that.
Right, because everybody was like, yeah, I really wanted it to just be like almost a silent film, basically. And I'm like, I think I would have liked that up to a certain point, and I feel like once we got to the halfway was when the certain point comes in, I feel like. And so I don't know, I kept fighting with myself for that, because I was letting myself get sucked into that opinion that it's like, yeah, maybe if they did something where it's like we never find out what the humans are up to or what's going on with them, and just leave it as just these two cute robots becoming a couple, I don't know how much we could have gotten out of that.
Not much. I can agree with that.
Like, I don't think the environmental message would have been as strong. I feel, because it's like,
I feel like us seeing the humans was very, very important, because like it grows on to the message, and it's currently happening now. Like, this shit is amazing. Look at
exactly, like, it literally is without the humans, this movie doesn't withstand the test of time like that, because I don't think it would have just been like a really nice movie it would have been almost akin to like So Good It's Bad a bit, where it's like really good and all that, but I don't feel too obligated to come back and watch it again. Maybe, it's like you told a good story, but there's not much to cling to with it.
So you were in high school when Wally came out. Do you recall like?
No, I was middle school. Yeah.
What?
No. Yeah, no. I was.
I'm about to say you were.
It
You
was
were in
the
high
summer.
school, right?
It was the summer. It was after I graduated middle school.
Gotcha.
Like I was going into high school. That's what it was.
Do you
when I saw it.
do you remember how life was fucking during the Wally release?
Surprisingly, I mean, I wasn't that online. And
Gotcha.
A lot of my friend groups didn't really care too much to be talking like Pixar stuff. So
I can agree with that. I remember like Wally came out when I was in middle school, and like people were like kind of turning off from like Pixar movies at this time, and I think Wally was their turn off point. Which is weird because like when I saw Wally, I was like, oh no, like this shit is bonkers. Like this is fucking like I felt like Pixar finally made the movie that they wanted to make, and that's what it felt like fucking watching it.
Exactly.
And like as far as like how beautiful it looks, and like freaking like computers came a long way, because like I was like a big tech guy, and like see like how animation was like growing within like the 3D field. I was like, this is nuts. I'm trying to remember if Wall-E came out during the same time as Avatar. I'm trying to remember like one of those Pixar movies came out at the same time as Avatar. And fucking, was it Wall-E? No, Wall-E was 2008, so Avatar was next year. So yeah, like freaking when Wall-E came out, I was like, nah, man, freaking, like this is peak computers right here. Freaking like, I'm probably never gonna see a movie like that looks as good as this.
Yeah.
And then Avatar came out. But fucking, yeah, like freaking Wall-E was a peak for me at the time.
It was, bro, and it's like they did that shit so well. Like it, like to this day, even if you rewatch when you rewatch it, it's like, god damn, this really was like the pinnacle. But at this point, it's like
for 2008, yeah, like freaking,
yes.
Yeah, dude, like
it's like holy crap.
I thought I'd seen it all.
Right, and they surprised the hell out of us with that. And bro, and to this day, it's like it introduced me to like that musical Hello Dolly, and I actually went to watch it. And it was like, I actually like this. Like I really like this. You know?
Like, whoa, man! Well, look at that.
It's a long ass fucking musical though. Like it's like, damn. This is
I think it's one of the longest musicals.
Like one of the longest like movie musicals, I think, because it's like they have an intermission in that bitch. It's like, how the fuck? It's like,
yeah, like
a movie and you have an intermission.
I think it clocks 140 minutes. I think it freaking like, yeah, like that's like around 2 hours. Yeah, like you got fucking. I think it was around 3 hours actually. Yeah, like that movie was pushing.
It really was. Like I had to watch that in spurts. Like I could not watch that.
I watch that in spurts.
Like it just small little bursts here and there. Like because it's like I can't sit through the whole thing like that. Because damn. But yeah,
that was a thing.
But yeah, the way, bro. To this day, I still think Wall-E is like a masterclass. It's like two movies. Like two movies I feel are like masterclasses in immediately grabbing an audience on the first like frame of the movie. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Like
beautiful movie.
Exactly. Like two movies are like that to me. That being Wall-E, like I said, and Lion King. Like the way Lion King starts, literally with that fucking note, with the sun coming up. It immediately grabbed you. You're like, whoa, this big ball of fire is coming up, and this guy is singing this high note. Where am I right now?
Thinking about the Lion King intro from like an animation perspective, because that shit was on cells. They had to make a sunrise with cells. That shit is nuts, dude. Like,
right?
You don't realize how hard that shit is.
It looks so good and so reminiscent of when you're seeing a sun like rise and fall on the horizon. It's like it got the waves so perfect. I'm like, oh my god! Like
I realized how hard that whole opening sequence probably was in general. Freaking like
it
they didn't
had
have
to be
anything
fucking
digital.
difficult.
Like freaking like that. like they had to do the shading of the freaking ground while the sun was going. Man, there was so much freaking to like unpack from that intro. Like that is the cell that's a movie that I think of when I'm like that one was probably the hardest to fucking do. Like when it comes to like
it
cell,
had to be,
cell shit.
yeah, back then that had to be like pinnacle. But I don't know, maybe you can make an argument for like Pocahontas. Like
Pocahontas was doing fucking rotoscope, weird rotoscoping too. So like freaking like, cause like it was like kind of like, oh man, like we're trying to do our own thing, but like I'll look at this real movement of this hand, and I'm like, well, like
right.
that's a weird, right?
I mean, yeah, but it did have some. It did show like how to utilize coloring in animation.
Absolutely,
like
absolutely.
Like that really was like one thing that's like, oh, y'all can do that type of shit with your colors in animated movies. Okay. It's just it sucks that it was attached to goddamn Pocahontas. It's like, oh my god, if they just had some brain cells and didn't make a fucking movie based on Pocahontas. Like,
they
no.
didn't think that one through. No, they didn't think that one through.
It's like you can't do historical accuracies. You're not good at it.
Oh man, I think we talked about this before, but the Lion King opening, it obviously, oh my god, I still don't understand like why they did the freaking live action remake to this day. I don't want you to rant too much, but like that opening scene for freaking the live action one compared to the like animated one, I think they completely forgot why the opening to the animated one was so important.
I rambled about this so fucking much in my video because it pisses me the fuck off every fucking time. Because it's like, okay, the way the original does it, literally you're in a dark area. It's like you're watching it in a theater, it's all dark. You don't see shit. You're wondering what the fuck is going on. First note, here in the Hanuetna, you see the sun beaming right up. You're like, whoa, where are we right now? It's like, whoa, we're in Africa. It's like you're feeling transported basically. And then you get to the goddamn live action one. These idiots put the fucking thing, leave it on in. The frame is already started. We're on a tree. Just a tree in this little fucking savannah, basically.
I don't want to see the sun rising in a live action movie. I don't understand why they didn't think that went through.
It didn't even rise that great. It's like we're just here looking at a tree and then the sun comes up. I'm like, oh my god. We're in hell. We are in hell. Like, they couldn't even get that right. It's not even a matter of like, oh yeah, it would have been a shot for shot. You're already a shot for shot fucking remake. Just fucking make the exact same thing from before. Like you're so shameless before. Why? What the fuck, man? Dumb.
But yeah, like I know you could talk hours about that, but like I did want to bring up like how important that opening scene was for the animated one. They were like, yeah, let's just fuck it up from the start, actually. And I don't understand how they just, oh man, I don't want to talk about it, but
that was terrible. I will be here all day. That bullshit, because we got off real topic because we're on Wall-E.
But yeah, Wall-E's super good from like shot one. That's what we were originally talking about.
Exactly.
And it still holds up to this day. And that's why like it's for sure timeless.
Like the second you hear that first note of that song, Sunday Clothes from Hello Dolly.
Yes.
That shit pulled me right the fuck in the theater. I tell you right now, the second it did, I was like, whoa. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's like I'm just a sucker for movies that you just jump right into it like that, or just grab you like that, or so. But like, man, I love that shit. I just do. Eat that shit right the fuck up. Like,
Wall-E, beautiful movie.
Yes, absolutely. Just beautiful. Like, all the characters are great and memorable. The message is strong and still relevant to this day. Like it's the pinnacle of Pixar. It just is.
I better not see a live action remake of Wall-E.
I better not see a live action remake of any of these goddamn Pixar movies. I'm gonna be too through if we get live action Pixar movies. In fact, let's shut the fuck up before they actually hear this and do it.
Good point.
Oh god.
The next movie will be Up.
Yep. Up.
Up is a timeless classic, honestly.
That's my thing. Now, where in the
Now
timeless classic?
where? I think it surpasses Nemo, but not Monsters Inc. Because I would argue to say that like there's way too much going on in Up than like the original concept.
Okay, yeah, you convinced me. You convinced me when you said that. You actually convinced me when you said that because you're not wrong. You are not actually wrong. Like, because Up literally is a strong ass film. It genuinely is like, it's like Pixar was taking a lap after Wall-E. They were like,
Absolutely.
yep, we taking our lap. We got that one. And it's a really good, like, it's so good. It's so potent. It's so well crafted. Like, and it's the first time they really can get grounded. Like, really get grounded.
Yes.
But still have some type of fantastical element to it.
The first half alone is a separate fucking movie. Like, you can't tell me that. But like that adds on to like there's so much going on in Up that like you can't say like it's better than like some other movies. But like it's still up there.
Exactly. It literally withstands the test of time on this shit. Like it's like a lot of people are like, yo, you could just watch the first 10 minutes and stop watching. I'm like, nah, you should keep watching, because even though like the first 10 minutes is like a short film, like it's still really fucking good. Like Russell is an amazing character, Doug is an amazing character. Like, come on. Like,
however, once you do continue watching, you're probably gonna like raise an eyebrow after you saw what you saw.
It gets a little bit ridiculous. And that's the big thing, because it's like, okay, I understand the fantastical elements that you were throwing in, but then you got a little weird with the dogs in the plane. I'm like, that you're not convincing me of that one.
I felt like they kept adding stuff to like something that was like already good. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's like, it feels okay. Like, you're somehow keeping this a little coherent, but it's still getting ridiculous, and it feels like you just threw some shit at the wall, but really somehow managed to make it work a bit. Like, that's what it is. Like, you still threw shit at the wall, but you did actually make it work. And
by the end, everything wraps up really, really good. So like,
exactly.
Basically, we have this bitter old man post-mortem, and basically we're trying to like not make him a bitter old man anymore, which is taking a lot of convincing and a lot of lollygagging that's happening within the middle of this movie,
right
before the ending. So like, would that still be like? So like, let's think about the concept of watching a movie all the way through, right?
Right.
If I'm questioning that middle part, does that still make it a timeless classic? If like the beginning and the ending are like the most like potent, shouldn't the entire movie feel like that? That's my question to you.
Yeah, you're kind of right. Like, if it's just like the first part is really good, or the first act really good, third act excellent finish, but you had to slog through something at some point. Like, if it gets to that point where like the second act is more like a slog, like then it's like, ooh, yeah, we gotta it's like, yeah.
Most of the people that I talk to about like Up, they're always like saying like, you need to watch Up because of the beginning part, which is like a very bad sentence to say about any movie. But like, as far as like, you can't call it a timeless classic if you're telling people to watch a specific part of a movie, right?
Right. Like, that's the biggest thing. It's like, if you're saying you only should watch the first 10 minutes and nothing else after that, it's like, then the movie really failed its job at that point.
Yes.
It's like you stopped watching. It's like, that's like an automatic F. Like,
because Wall-E I can watch all the way through. Toy Story 3 I can watch all the way through. And freaking like, I would say that Up is better than Ratatouille. If we are going to put it in the great column, I would say it's like at the peak of great. But as far as like all the movies at the top tier there, I can just watch all the way through and not like feel like it's a chore compared to Up.
My thing is like, because oh man, you're not wrong. Now that I really think back on Up, it's like, yeah, there was like, I'm seeing the really good part in the first act, and then we get to the middle and it gets a little bit wonky. Because it's like, oh yeah, here's the snipe, an old camping wives' tale or camping trip story,
Yeah.
like legend. It's like, and it, I mean, it's cool. Don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, it's like
It's weird, right?
just
Because
a
like
bird.
it's weird, right? Because like it doesn't derail, right? But it's still
not
trying to like keep the
derailed.
same. It's true. It's still trying to tell you like the same story, but like I feel like they were like, oh, like add this, but like it's still telling the same story. That's why like I feel is like the weird part of Up.
Right. That's what it is. It's like it feels like it's tacking on as it goes along, but it's still keeping it in line to paint an actual whole picture that you can make out. So it's like
Because the ending is great because like all the stuff that he did within the middle fucking changed his mind about being a bitter old man, which is like super good. It's the fact that like what we went through to like see him make that decision is like pretty much why I'm like, okay, so like that was a great movie. How do I tell somebody you can watch Up? Just think, just don't think too hard about the first part of Up whenever you're about to watch the rest of it.
yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you just kind of tell people, okay, watch Up and just go along for the ride. Like
Absolutely.
Like you basically, it's like you're just gonna have to go along for everything because it gets a little bit like weird and a bit questionable by the end.
Like,
but it
so
still
like, is that a weird
makes
sentence
sense.
to say to somebody? Is that a weird sentence to say to somebody if it's a timeless classic?
I feel like it's not a bad thing to say to somebody to keep it a timeless classic, to say like just stick with it, and it still will make sense. It's gonna sound nuts like in a vacuum, obviously, but it will make sense as you watch it through. Like it will,
Because I was trying to figure out.
work.
I was trying to figure out if it's in the same vein as like, for example, Dexter's Laboratory and Powerpuff Girls later seasons are terrible, and you can like argue with somebody and say like, yes, like Dexter's Laboratory is like one of the best cartoons of all time, but whenever people say that, they don't like think about like the longevity of like the entire thing. They're like, oh yeah, like
they're not thinking
as far
about
as-
the rest of it.
Yes. It's like, so like I could confidently say like the entirety of Ed, Edd n Eddy was like a timeless classic because like none of it like like dragged is like Dexter's Laboratory and Powerpuff Girls, but like
Right.
is it still weird to say like, yeah man, Powerpuff Girls is like the best, but don't watch the later seasons and you should be fine. That's like the weird sentence to like say to somebody.
Right. And like that's my thing. But I think with Up's case, it's like none of it was like as bad as those.
Absolutely.
Two, you know?
Absolutely.
So it's like
I can agree with
that's
that.
what it is. It's like, okay, at least you're not like bad with what you did and how you executed, but it's like it's just a little bit like, okay, yeah, we just gotta go along for it in order and just be happy that it's a
Exactly.
fun ride, really.
Like I said before, it didn't derail, so like that's like
Right.
super good. It's super good for that. But as far as like the most of the sentence that people say, even people in the chat are saying right now, like the first part of like Up is like kind of like the like part that that everybody's like
Right.
talking about. And I'm like, fuck, like that's such a fuck sentence because like you can continue watching that movie and it ends like kind of the same way. It's that middle part that's like kind of weird. So,
Exactly, bro. Like that's that shit. Like it's just the weird middle part. It's all a little bit like middle, but it's still entertaining enough to still keep you along. So it's like, but it still like works in a sense.
That's fair.
It's just
That's
not
fair.
as strongly as the other parts, basically.
So what do you think, man? Like, should it remain in timeless after that debacle we went through, or like is it like a really great?
Ugh.
That's the question.
It isn't peak, but it isn't mid either. It's above average, and I will always take above average.
That's a fair comment.
Very fair comment. You know, mm, I think I can give it that.
That one I felt was hard for you.
It really was, because I was like, yeah, Up was really good. It's a great film, but like I said, but the thing is, like, I do put on other movies before it. It's like
it's the middling middle.
Others.
It's literally the middling middle, dude.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Oh yeah.
And that one was a hard one, guys. That one was a hard.
Yeah,
one.
it was, y'all. That was difficult, but we're past it, and now.
Sequels were after that, which was Toy Story 3 and Cars 2, which means that we're on to Brave.
Oh god, we are on the Brave. Oh man.
This one.
Okay.
I'm thinking too, man. I'm thinking right now too.
Yeah. No. Thought about it. Got it. It's okay. It's not better, but it can't be better than Monsters University. You don't want to know why? It's simply because Monsters University at least feels like a properly completed film.
I can agree with that.
Yeah. Like, plain and simple. Like, when I think of Monsters University, I still think of it's at least a complete story. I can follow it from the start to the finish and get what it's going for. Brave was hit with disaster in its production. Constantly switching, like, directors.
It switched studios. It switched studios.
Fucking studios. Even
if a movie switches studios, that's how you know, like, that's in development hell. Like, whatever it went through.
That thing was fucked from the beginning. It didn't really have much of a chance. And when I saw it, I was like, no.
When I saw it, I was like, this isn't a bad movie. This is not a bad movie.
That's what it is. It's like you're not bad, but you are like low on you are low. That's what sucks. God. It's like, damn. It's like, god damn, you are low on the scale with this shit.
Brave was their attempt at doing something completely different. Switching studios is a grand caper on the movie looking the way that it does. Mm-hmm. But like, geez Louise, dude. Like, Brave is one of those movies where you're like, huh, that was Pixar, huh? And like,
exactly. Like, it's the one where Pixar won that year for Best Animated Picture, and everybody was like, really? That was actually pretty weak on their part. I forgot what was nominated that year. What else was nominated that year, but I'm pretty sure
I'm gonna look it up.
Okay, but like, I'm fairly certain it's like, oh no, there was definitely better choices in this race here. Y'all just went with the one that's like, well, we recognize the name, and it's like,
was it a Academy Award or Oscar?
Oscars.
Okay, gotcha. Give me a sec. Oh man. Okay, best 2013. Okay, so the picks were Pinocchio. Oh wait a minute, no, never mind. I'm looking at 2000 now. I'm looking at.
I was like, what the fuck? I was like, there was no Pinocchio in 2013.
Nah, I didn't think that one through. No. Give me a second. 2013. 2012. Okay. Frankenweenie, Paranorman, The Pirates, Band of Misfits, and Wreck-It Ralph.
Yeah.
The fact that the one against Wreck-It Ralph is actually super surprising. Not gonna lie.
You're right. Like, if anything, I mean, I never saw Frankenweenie. I only seen Paranorman in bits and pieces, and Pirates I remember watching and thinking it was pretty funny, but I need to rewatch that actually. I remember.
I don't think Pirates is like freaking. I don't think it's venturing over freaking Disney conglomerates. No,
right? But nah. But I mean, it was better than Brave. I'll say that. Obviously, like it was still very much better than Brave. Like, I had way more of a good time watching Pirates than I did Brave, and like, so like, honestly, any one of those other picks would have been a better choice than Brave.
I
Like
was
Brave
also
was the
gonna, I
lowest.
was
out
also
of
gonna
all
say
of them.
Paranorman was better than Brave for sure.
I'm fairly certain it was better than Brave. I know it is. Like, god damn it. Like that. I mean, I watched, because I did watch enough of it to understand a bit of its message and like even the twist that they did. But like
Yes.
when I got to fucking, but like Brave, man, that shit was.
It was in
Like-
development hell. It was doomed from the start, and what we watched was like kind of like a test to that.
Is that it
I
felt
wish it didn't go through what it went through, but
it felt
we
so stitched together. It's like, oh man, because it was missing. Because like at first you think, oh, it's gonna go for the route of like maybe a Miyazaki film, which
Nope.
would be interesting. It's like Pixar tackling something Miyazaki-esque stuff, or even like just really getting into like really lore heavy stuff. Like
Yes.
they never done that before, so it's like, let's see that. And then it's like, nah, it's like a Disney movie. You're basically watching Pixar's Disney movie, and I'm like, whoa,
it was beautiful.
whoa.
I'll give them that.
Yeah,
was
it
to
looked
look
good.
at.
Like the landscapes for like Scotland looked really good, but like, oh my god, was Brave.
Not gonna lie, I thought I was watching a DreamWorks film when I first watched Brave. That's what it felt like to me.
Maybe in the backgrounds, but I think in character design, I'm like, nah, this still feels like Pixar.
Absolutely not. No.
Yeah, like background wise, I'm like, yeah, this feels like How to Train Your Dragon, even. Like
Those came out around the same time too. Like so, like
roughly,
yeah,
like How to Train Your Dragon was 2010, and Brave was like
12.
2012. Yeah, so like just 2 years apart. But
That's
like,
nuts.
yeah, but yeah, Brave, like it's just, if it wasn't caught in development hell, could have actually withstood a chance. But
That was a movie that could have got canned and no one would have missed. I can confirm that.
yeah, it's like if they canceled that, it's like, oh well, I guess I just couldn't figure it out. But what was after Good Dinosaur?
Is it Good Dinosaur? Oh yeah, because the sequel was after Brave. Yeah, that's so that means Monsters University was after Brave.
Yeah,
So we're in Inside Out.
right. Inside Out was first, and then it was Good Dinosaur.
Oh wait a minute, Good Dinosaur and Inside Out came out the same year. That was the first time they did that.
Yeah, it was
I
the
forgot
first
about
time.
They
Yeah.
fucked. They literally fucked both of those movies with that. That's crazy.
No, I think Inside Out was fine because at least it
That's
came
right.
out.
Good Dinosaur got fucked because of that, right?
Kind of, yeah, but it was also some production stuff. But so we're on Inside Out though. But
Yes,
like,
we're Inside Out.
I honestly want to put it at. I've only seen it once, and that was when it was in theaters. So
Did you like what you saw?
yeah, I thought it was like, oh good, we're at a return to form. You know, this was Pixar's return to form after.
I would
like,
say it's better than Incredibles 2, but not better than Dory. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Sit on it. Sit on it now.
Pause. I don't know, Inside Out. I think I can.
But the
when I do-
concept alone.
Yeah.
There we go. Concept alone was really good. Fucking, it's basically a coming of age movie, which you could do a coming of age movie wrong.
You can.
But this was one of the ones where you were like, oh, like they completely went like a completely different route at doing so. On how emotions work and whatnot. However, the thing about Inside Out is that you don't focus on the other emotions as much as you thought you would when you saw the trailers.
Right. Like it genuinely was like something you focused a bit differently on. And because it was like, it had to prove something. It had to prove that Pixar still got it, because it's like, yeah, we've been getting dud after dud after dud for so long, and it's like, okay, guys,
This was back during the sequels and then Brave, so like they weren't looking too good.
Exactly. It's like, oh my god, y'all. Okay, the sequels ain't really doing too hot, But then we get to Brave, and it's like, oh, we're hopeful. Maybe they're going to finally do something great again. It's like, nah, that was kind of some bust ass.
Development hell.
It's like, oh man, I can't even do originals anymore. It's like, damn. And then we got to Monsters University after Brave, and it's like, oh man, we're done. They can't even remember their own goddamn movies. They forgot they retconned their movies now. And then Inside Out comes along, and it's like, oh, now we're making. It's like they're back.
We're back.
They got
we're
it.
Back.
They finally understood it. Like we're back to return to form. Thank you.
And Inside Out came out when I was like in the middle of high school, so like I was at this point in time where I was like, all right, maybe Pixar movies ain't fucking hitting anymore. And I just had to accept that. Then I saw Inside Out, and I was like, never mind. I mean, they're still doing something. That's still pretty good.
Right.
What I do regret is that because of Inside Out coming out that year, I avoided The Good Dinosaur for some reason. Still haven't seen it to this day, so you're going to do that one on your own. But as far as like Inside Out is concerned, I thought it was a solid movie. The ending is super potent.
Oh yeah.
And the whole factor of like we are doing the emotions of a little girl is also super good. I personally think Turning Red did the girl aspect a lot better than Inside Out, but that's because of, like the age difference. So like like those are two separate entities. But yeah, no, like the movie's still solid.
Oh yeah, yeah. My thing with it was the fact that it's like it was like the first movie that wanted to say something, first original movie that wanted to say something about the age of nostalgia, basically. You know, like everyone's wanting to be all happy and think about that good times and everything, but it's like you're also forgetting the hard times that existed, or the hard times that had to come before those happy times,
Absolutely.
Like you're forgetting the hardships that existed, you're forgetting everything else and just only thinking about the high of the good times. And this movie said, let's get off of that. Okay, I mean, let's finally like actually learn to just accept new stuff when it happens, accept a new environment, accept a new situation that's going on in your comfort zone, accept that things change, and it's not all supposed to stay the same, and you'll probably have a better time actually engaging with these new things that exist.
This movie was literally change is good. Change is good, and that's fine.
Exactly. Like it really wanted to say this, and like I said, during the age of nostalgia, like it's like, oh, they can still be potent. Like Pixar can find to still be potent.
Man, like, because after L, you would think that like fucking like they fell off at this point, but no, they still got it after that.
Right, and so we get to
Good Dinosaur.
Yeah.
This one, man, you gotta do on your own, man. Because I know it looks pretty. I can tell you that it looks.
I'll tell you now. At least we could be brief about it because let's face it. It's not talked about. So the fact that my god, dang.
I don't think you meant to put it in why.
No, but no, I will put it above. But I want to put it there.
Ooh.
From what I can remember, I've only seen it once, and it was when
oh
it was in
shit.
theaters. So, what?
The fact that you only seen it once.
Right, I haven't watched it. I never felt a need to watch it. The one thing though is Tariq would convince me it's like, no, it's a really great movie, and it made me want to rewatch. I still haven't though. So like my opinion on this could change with a rewatch, but for now I'm going off of just my memory from when I first saw it. And what my whole experience with it was that it's a good movie. I thought it was like very okay, but felt a little too obvious because it would, I don't know, it had this message about making your mark, and Tariq disputed me on this, like, it's not really about that, but I'm not remember exactly what he said about what it's about, because the big thing they had was
This isn't writing off what he said, by the way. Like, this is just like you
Like,
just
right.
can't remember. Yeah,
right. I just can't remember what he said, but like, it was like the first. It was like at the beginning, Arlo's dad, like the main character's dad, tells him like, you know, make your mark. That's the big thing in their family. It's like, make your mark. What's the big thing that makes you unique or anything like that? And I was like, I mean, okay, but now that I think about it, it had something to do with just growth in general. You know,
Yes.
it's like,
So is it another coming of age movie?
essentially, yeah, it's pretty much just a simple coming of age movie. So now that I think about it, it's like, yeah, it did have a little bit of potency because of that coming of age aspect to it. It's just, I don't know. I feel like it could have done things a little different. If it just done things a little bit differently, because it feels like it was trying to be one of those road trip movies where they go to different locations and the people are just kind of weird or odd or something like that.
Oh, that sounds like a slog. Then
That's my thing. It's like this could have been that if they made those characters a bit more interesting. I only remember like the T-Rex Wrangler, like little like wranglers that existed. They were like sort of like horse wranglers, but they were T-Rexes doing it to other like dinosaurs.
no.
And it's just like, okay, I remember those guys. That sounds actually kind of cool. If anything, that could have been like a Saturday morning cartoon or something. But that's not. But that's only just them. Everybody else just feels like they're here, and I don't know why they're here. Like they have a villain even in this movie, and there's a villain, and I was like, did this need a villain? Who the fuck?
He was like, why?
Yeah, it's genuinely like why? Because it's like, really, you thought you needed a villain for this? Because he has no real strong connection to like Arlo or anybody, or like the little boy that Arlo's protecting. It's like, okay, it's like, cool. Just there's an enemy. What are we supposed to do with this?
It sounds shoehorned in, and like honestly, your opinion of the Good Dinosaur kind of like fluctuates from what I have been seeing about Good Dinosaur, which is nothing at all. And I'm not saying like that makes it a bad movie, but I think it's overlooked and it's on purpose. Like there's not much to talk about on the Good Dinosaur. It feels like it was just a movie.
I think that perfectly describes it. It was a movie. It wasn't fantastic. It wasn't terrible, but it was at least serviceable. That's
Absolutely.
At least how I want to. That's how
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad
Right.
for sure. It wasn't a why. It was just like, yeah, I watched the movie. Like now that was what that was.
Right, that's what I felt like. It's like, I watched the movie. Yeah, had some moments. It's like, okay, I like that, but everything else was just like, eh. So, yeah. I feel like I did a review on The Good Dinosaur.
But after the first time you watched, because The Good Dinosaur came out in 2015, and you for sure had your channel in 2015.
I definitely had the channel by that. I think I did do a review on it. It might be somewhere on. It might be in the movie thoughts playlist. Like, if y'all
Bro,
want
that's
to-
just about to be a decade years old in fucking 2 years, man. Like fucking that's nuts.
God. Not
I'm
ready for
I'm
that.
scrolling through your shit now, and I don't think you talked about it.
I feel like
You did talk about Finding Dory though.
Yeah, I remember that one. Oh, I guess I skipped over Good Dinosaur. I feel like I had.
Bro, you're not the only one. Everybody has done that.
I thought I did it. I was like, I feel like I mentioned it somewhere, but I don't know.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
Well, I guess this nonchalantly brings us to Coco then.
Coke. Low key, I kinda honestly, genuinely can put this in timeless.
Oh shit!
I can put it in
what a
timeless.
jump! What a jump!
I could put it in timeless. I mean it. Like, it's not bad. It was actually, because I feel like anyone can watch this and really get into everything that it's giving. Like,
Okay.
Even though it has a little bit of a tropey aspect to it with the villain, I still think it still works because it's a twist, but that actually still shocks you. You know what I'm saying?
So when Coco first came out, I was like a well-off teenager, and unfortunately, I saw Guillermo del Toro's freaking version of
Book of Life.
I saw Book of Life before Coco.
No, that wasn't Guillermo. That was Jorge.
Oh shit, it was fucking
Yeah.
all right. So yeah, freaking I saw Book of Life, and I was like, no, like yeah, like this shit rocks, and like I didn't think about Coco afterwards because like I was like, no, like I already seen like the definitive Coco. Freaking Book of Life was like better in my opinion. I didn't watch Coco. It's like this is during the time where like I was like the angsty, like yeah, I'm not gonna give it a chance because I already know what I like. And then I watched Coco, and I was like, nah, okay, now I see what. Okay, fucking these two can both live within the same harmony. I was just being a dickhead.
Yeah. Yeah, my thing was like going into it. I was like, yeah, is this gonna live up to the same expectation as Book of Life? And is it gonna beat the allegations? I watched it like, okay, you beat the allegations, and you also are a great ass fucking movie.
Yes, it feels like you can watch both of these movies and like they're so obviously they're not the exact same movie. They're not the exact same movie.
They don't feel the same.
Concept wise, I can understand why people would be like, nah, but like this one. But like you can kind of watch both of these movies in tandem, and like it's a completely different movie.
Exactly. Like both of them feel so distinct from each other. And like
while like compared to like A Bug's Life and freaking Ants, you can make the argument like yeah, those are basically the same movie. I can see somebody making that argument, but Book of Life and Coco, like I don't think that's the same vein.
Right. And I think a big thing is like its emotionality to it. Like people cry at the part with Remember Me with the grandma. People cry even at the time when the guy was fading out of existence because nobody remembered him. It's like, oh man, like it's Pixar tackling death. Like really tackling that, and like, it's Day of the Dead stuff they're doing, and they're trying to be a little haha funny with it, but they still create some type of stake with it being like, oh yeah, you just stop existing. Like if nobody remembers you, you can't exist. And granted, I think that's a concept that has existed beforehand. Like that has existed, but it's still like, oh, they're getting real with it.
Brilliantly written.
Really. And like it's fun, it's so cool, it looks gorgeous. Like when you get to the actual Land of the Dead, it's like, wow, this is like I wish I could walk around in this place. This looks amazing.
I'm trying to remember some qualms in this movie, and like I think it's solid actually. I don't know any bad bits on this one.
I think some people have contention with the villain, and
I've heard that.
I can understand it a little bit, but I think in the context of how they use the villain, it works. You know, like
yes,
because he does feel like, oh yeah, he's the macho guy, the hero, and everybody loves him and everything like that. But it's like, but they actually flip it on its head and use it in terms of the situation.
I would say that it was necessary. It was for sure necessary. I would say that it was necessary for sure.
Oh yeah,
the villain.
Yeah, like the way it was done, it's like, oh yeah, this makes perfect sense, and it still feels like it's like in a bit fresh in how to do this, you know, and like really play it into the events that have gone down.
Zach Reacts in the comments has said Coco makes me cry every time I watch it. And honestly, like off of that alone, like I would say that it's timeless. If it made you feel something, King Keandre thinks different. He thinks it's great. If a movie makes you feel some way emotionally, I think it's past that point. Me personally,
if it can get
I remember
tears,
people crying in that theater.
Yeah, that's my thing. It's like if it can genuinely invoke tears from out of people, I'm like, I think it deserves it at that point. If it can get out of a like big audience of people who've seen it, I'm like, yeah, I could put it up there as a timeless one. Like,
also, I remember a whole bunch of Mexican Americans like fucking like cheering this movie because it exists.
Yeah,
like in general,
it
like,
resonates
fucking,
that hard for them. You know, like it
like
it feels genuine.
They can probably say that they got a movie that's theirs. Like fucking
right.
like which is like super good.
It's fun. It's funny because like Pixar never really tackled like cultural movies except for Brave, and you know that's the white culture. That's a sort of white culture movie, but they didn't get that shit right. But they tackle Hispanic culture and they actually do it perfectly. And it's like, it's like how could you not get your own thing right?
Man, if Coco was in development hell, who knows what the fuck would have happened? But like it wasn't, and therefore it's great.
I would have felt
like,
bad if it was.
Because like if this movie was like what it isn't now, then like I don't know how else people would like react to it. Honestly, fucking
Right.
This movie it won an Academy Award, so like fucking it was. But then again, it was going against like some movies that probably wasn't gonna like win anyway. I think it was going against Ferdinand and The Boss Baby.
Oh hell yeah, that was a lockup.
so that was
a lockup. Yeah, because I don't remember what else came out in 2017.
Not anything like poetic animation wise. Not anything poetic. No.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was kind of a dry year in terms of animated movies.
Unless Disney came up with.
Hell, I think it was a bit of a dry year in terms of animated shows, even like.
2017, there was I remember a dry period, like after like regular show ended and shit like that. I remember like a bunch of like nothing happening. So I do understand.
There were definitely some notable shows, but like they didn't go that far, or like they got canceled after one season because I think Buddy Thunderstruck came out. Yeah, Buddy Thunderstruck came out 2017.
I remember that.
And that was a really good show, but they never renewed it.
Nobody was watching it at the time.
Yeah, but that was also a highlight with OKKO. Like once that came in,
I thought that was in development hell for a while though.
It was, but then when it finally dropped in 2017, it's like, yep, that's the big highlight for that year.
It was the only thing at that time because I believe that Steven Universe was like doing constant hiatus and bombs.
Yeah, it was, like people were starting to get a little tired of the bombs.
Dude, after the fucking Fort Stephen bomb, I remember freaking the internet going crazy. they were like, yeah, man, like I'm getting tired of these bombs, man. Just give me my shit, like it.
Right.
But yeah, that's it for Coco. What happens after Coco would be Incredibles 2, Toy Story 4, Onward.
Okay, Onward. This it's rough with Onward because the more I try to think about this fucking movie, I'm thinking about the damn pandemic because it's like, damn, that was like the last movie in theaters.
I was just about to say that. I watched Onward with my now girlfriend. That was our first movie date, and it's poetic to me because like as soon as we watched that movie, everything went to lockdown, and I was like, "Was that a sign? was that a sign or something?" But basically, Onward, I remember loving the ending, and then getting to there was the part that made me go like, "All right, well," I was like, "All right, well, this is certainly a movie I'm watching." A lot of stuff that they introduce, they don't like they don't dwell on for too long, and like that's why that's my biggest gripe about it. I'm like, okay, like all right, cool, new concept. Oh no, none of that anymore. All right, great. So I guess it's a road trip movie, by the way, for people who don't know.
Yeah, it is. And you know, when you mention that stuff where it's like they introduce a lot of stuff, but they don't really focus on it, you're not wrong there, because I was like, it's a road trip movie and we go to these different places and these things are okay, but I couldn't name back most of them. I can name back
exactly.
I can name back like designs, but character not much, so that's what, if anything, that's what propels it down a little bit downward for me, because it's still a potent movie though, because of the ending.
The ending, alone was really good. Like, holy
exactly.
shit.
Like the fact that he actually gave up his day to actually spend time with his dad. It's like, oh, they let that. It's like, wow.
He spent his entire day, or weekend, whatever, however long he was trying to do this. This entire movie is based upon I want to go see my dad, and at the end he was like, oh, I really don't need to see my dad. I'm gonna let my brother see my dad instead. That shit was fucking nuts. Like fucking, I was like, oh my god, like fucking, oh my god. There was so much to unpack from that. But it's just like getting there was like the problem for me.
Yeah, I totally can get that. It's like it feels too much a little bit like a tropey road trip movie, and it's like, okay, yeah, we're trying so hard to get to the end. But because the end is where it's really supposed to shine, and it's like, yeah, that middle is what kind of throws it down. So, if I were to put it anywhere, though,
I would say it's at the end of Great.
End of Great, you say?
Because like,
yeah,
I'm trying to think. Like, I was like, it's better than A Bug's Life. I can confidently say that it's better than A Bug's Life.
Yeah, I can say that too. So yeah, if anything, it's like not better than Incredibles 2, but still like great in its own. Still great in a sense. It's just a little rough. Onward's perfectly mid with a good ending and great character design. I wouldn't call it mid. I couldn't call it mid.
Mid is mean. I can say that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They genuinely had like great characters. They did have great like main cast characters, and like it was a fun adventure. It's just they had a few too many tropes to get along to their
exactly
important ending.
At the end of the day, it was a road trip movie, which like kind of like fucked it in general, like to do it.
Yeah, to be like, oh yeah, a lot of the time we're spending in a car. It's like, okay. So.
All right, cool. And we're about to introduce a bunch of stuff that you won't see again. I'm like, all right, well, that's fun. I guess I like seeing that.
Exactly, bro. It's like, okay, we're doing this, whatever. But
yeah, that ending
great.
alone, my jaw dropped, and that's what makes it a great movie to me.
Exactly, like the ending is what really like propels it up there. So now we would be on Damn, because this was
fuck. We're on Soul.
Oh, Soul. Look, hear me out.
I think I know what you're gonna. I think I know what you're gonna do. I think I know what you're gonna do.
Hear me out.
Oh man.
Okay.
What? Oh man, I gotta hear you out now. I gotta hear you out.
Man, I will go back and forth on this movie. I fucking do. I do. But to me, it really felt like Pixar finally really was grasping different cultures. People are like in the chat, like, nah,
bro, man, the chat is with me on this one. I'm like, what that? Bro, I gotta hear you though. I gotta hear you.
Like, to me, the fact that they were able to tackle black culture and actually showcase it in a very unique way, playing up with jazz, which I'm like, oh yes, you're the La La Land right here. You're the true La La Land, because fuck that movie. Like, I'm just saying hot takes big time now. But like with Soul, it was Pixar embracing black culture, even though we don't. It's still the black main character gets turned into a different thing, and they're that thing for a good chunk of the movie. I totally get that. But it still showcased black culture in a very genuine and unique way, bro. Like that barbershop scene, I'm like, are you real? What? I'm like, this is like so authentic.
So I got a lot to say about the barbershop scene, because like I agree with you on that one. Once I heard the nigga from Dave Chappelle as the barber,
Lil Rel,
bro, I was like, this movie's black as hell. But like, it's weird to say, because like the main character, he ain't even really black like that. He just so happens to be a black character. He ain't like niggin'. Like he ain't really like doing like black things per se. He just enjoys jazz. He enjoys music. Which is like you could like put that trope on like anybody, and like it was just like working out.
No. I think the way it's done here, with the fact that he's clearly a very passionate teacher, or more or less, he's very passionate about like doing jazz. Obviously,
Yes.
I think with his passion for it, for one thing, I think it works. Like I said, it works better than La La Land with how he wants to do it, and then they play up the fact that it's like you got to live, bro. Like you're stuck
In the past.
thinking, yeah, that you missed out on stuff, but it's like, nah, man, you lived. And utilizing jazz in that aspect, it I'm just like, okay, Pixar can understand the assignment pretty well. I like how it's done. I like the fact that it's like he's so passionate about jazz, and it genuinely feels like the way he's doing it. It's like, oh yeah, no, this is a black person who would be this passionate. I can easily see a black person be.
When it got to the mom part, like that was super potent, because like there's actual moms like that, and like the fact that like it wasn't even him that had like the sit down with the mom. It was like the person controlling his body.
Yeah.
And like that's what like got me, because like that needed to be said, and like he never had like the guts to do so. So like fucking, you know, like shit like that, where I was like, okay, like that's a super good like writing aspect of like how to tell people, yeah, man, sometimes you just need to like bite the bullet, dude. Like, you know, like sometimes you need to fucking just do the thing. Same thing at the barbershop. Fucking like, oh, like you learned a whole bunch of stuff about the barber that the guy never asked. Like fucking him, and he was like, "Oh man, why'd you tell me all this stuff anyway?" He's like, "Oh, you never asked," and fucking that's fucking it's such a like cool concept, because like that shit's happening in real life. So like as far as like how stuff is tackled within human nature, Soul does a great job at that. As far as like what this movie is, I can't necessarily say like you need to go watch Soul. That is not like a fucking bucket list film. However, if somebody is gonna watch Soul, I don't see somebody saying I hate Soul, if that makes sense.
I can hear that.
Especially after watching it. Like I can imagine somebody like hating Soul before watching it because of how like the ads portray it. But after watching it, if somebody still says that they hate Soul, like maybe they don't got a soul, huh? You know, maybe that's what it is.
That's my thing with Soul. I feel like you can like tell people. I feel like it's an easy recommend, and I think especially for like if you're black, I think it's a nice like little touch, because I feel like it touches on a little bit of that. You know, like maybe you're black and you don't feel like you belong with your own people, because that barbershop scene was so potent. It's like, oh, he's finally engaging with his own culture properly, you know, and
he never did that before.
Exactly, he was missing out.
It's super important that you fucking like, if you are having an identity crisis, don't be afraid to bite the bullet, and like that's exactly what that is.
Right. It's exactly like this stuff. It was so great, and it was so great to see that from Pixar's angle, and they were real about it, like showcasing death and that you could waste your life literally just doing nothing. So it's like, live, you know. Live your life.
It also gives you the aspect of the lost soul that like had no, they literally had no incentive to live whatsoever until after living this black man's life, and he's like, holy shit, life is awesome. I never realized it until now.
Exactly, bro, and that's just what propels it up there, bro. I put it at the bottom, I'll admit, of the tier list a little bit, because like some people pointed out, it's like, yeah, it kind of sucks that that it's a different person. It's not really him through most of it. It's like just his little soul. But I'm just like, I think
it's important that like it's not him actually, because like fucking like there's two perspectives going on within this movie. And, it's super important that like that perspective that's like super lost is going through like that man's life.
Exactly. Like I think they did it really well with that. It was I forgot the name of that numbered character, but like it like but like with it, I think it was able to get across kind of an interpretation I have is that, you know, that little numbered character was essentially an allegory to suicide, you know, like
Ooh, that's really good. I never thought about that.
I kind of think of it a little bit to analogous to it. 42, her name was 42.
I think her name is 22 actually. I just looked it up and it says Tina Fey plays 22 and
22. Okay,
well, there we go. I 42 sounded right too until I just searched it.
Okay. So yeah, with 22, like her whole thing is like, I don't want to be born. I'd rather not exist yet, you know. And
he's like, I'd rather not exist. Life looks like shit. Like I've seen all what it has to offer. Like it's pretty bad.
Right, but it's like, no, you gotta live. Like, and it's like, I think overall, that's just potent to me, you know. Like Pixar wasn't able to. It's like Pixar. It's like, oh yeah, we can get real. We can genuinely get real about this stuff now. And the fact is that now that they can tap into different cultures, and we're gonna kind of get into that, like on a lot of these other, like most of these other ones, like all of these other ones. Fuck it, like it's like, oh, we're in a good era now with Pixar. They're making new classics again.
Yes. The main thing I can really say about Soul, which is like daunting. Okay, so like this is an argument to be had, but that movie doesn't have an antagonist really. Fucking, it sounds like the data collector, but like he was just doing his job, so like
right.
You know, that was whatever. The main antagonist was the main character because he didn't know what the fuck, like he didn't understand like why was his life like worth living. And fucking like and shit like that. Well, like why his life really wasn't like worth living and stuff like that. And but yeah, basically like what he went through was much needed because like the way he was looking at it before is, I ain't gonna say kind of antagonistic, but like he was looking at it through like clouded goggles compared to like how he got to look at it from another perspective.
Right. Like they really played up the fact that it's like, this is the main character's like fault. All of this is on the main character, and you're seeing him finally realize the error of his ways, really playing into that. It's not they need to go on this long journey to search for something like, say, Finding Nemo or anything like that, or other like times when they really didn't have much of a antagonist, like say in Inside Out, where it's like, again, another big journey or anything like that. Like kept it very grounded.
Yes, like this was a guy battling himself. He was literally just battling himself, and he was like, "Oh man, why's my mom mad at me all the time? Because of you. Like, fucking, you gotta fix that. Like, fucking, like it's super potent. It's super potent."
Exactly. I know some people believe it's like he should have died at the end, and I'm like, nah, I don't think that would have.
What message would that have been, though?
Yeah, it's like give up on you, because he still was young. That's the one thing. It's like, he's not that old. This could make sense if he was like, that would make sense if he was old. If he was an old character, then I'm like, okay, there you go. But
if this movie was about like a bitter old black man, then yeah, like I would have got that. He's like, oh, I can finally like rest in peace now because like I made everything right type deal. I can see that. Exactly. This movie didn't need that though. No.
Right. Yeah, I think they did the right thing by keeping him alive.
But I do agree that you put it in timeless, because when you watch that movie, you can't necessarily say that you hate it afterwards. And the people who do say that they hate it are probably just bad people in general.
Right. So, right. Probably got a few brown coats in their closets.
Damn. Only a few?
Yeah. So now we're on to Luca.
Oh, shit. Luca was a fun movie.
It was a really fun movie, and it still was kind of an important point for Pixar. And I think I want to go.
So like this is like production COVID Pixar. So like everybody was like, "What the fuck are they gonna do?" Like now, because like, can he still release hits while being under siege, under fucking quarantine and stuff like that?
Right.
The answer is yes and no, but like they still got this movie out, and it didn't come out bad. I can tell you that.
That's my thing. Like they actually did this really, like it's Pixar going simple. Like it's very simple, but it's effective, and I think that's something I feel like a lot of people just kind of ignore that a little bit. It's like, nah, like this thing literally showcased that it's like even Pixar can still get something strong out of something that's not that potent.
Yes.
You know, like the fact of the matter was that it's like, yeah, it's not a grand story, it's not a big long journey to go on, it's just a simple story about childhood, essentially.
I can confidently say, like, you don't have to watch Luca, but if you do, you will have a good time.
Exactly. Like you'll watch it and just be in for the ride. It's enjoyable. It's very enjoyable, and you'll really appreciate the ending because it's very much character focused. You know, it's not all just trying to send a message to like to the grander audience. It genuinely is just like it's just a genuine personal story of this character, like their coming of age story, and that's it. And it's like, oh, okay.
Yes. Once I also realized that it was a coming of age movie, which I've seen like numerous fucking like times of the concept. I was like, okay, so like I can't necessarily fucking. So the movie that we're about to get to next fucking blew my mind, but fucking like Luca was like one of the ones where I was like, okay, I've seen this like fucking like you can't go wrong with this concept. Fucking
right.
But I'm not gonna say like this is like a must watch. Like it just was one of those.
It kind of is like, yeah, you can watch it if you see it. You're gonna have a good time if you watch it. Basically, like
absolutely.
It's like if you ask me, hey, should I watch it? I'm like, yeah, give it a watch. It's pretty good. It's pretty great. You know, you're gonna have a good time.
Man, King Keandre made a freaking. I ain't gonna say he made a bad point, but like we're about to get to a movie that I think me and Mann feel the same way about. And I don't think it's gonna be. I don't think Luca is the best of the 2020s. I can tell you that.
There might be another contender a bit later
on,
but for right now, it's. But yeah.
Okay.
With Turning Red, we're on this, and I'm moving it up here.
Oh man. Oh, okay. So me personally, man, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Turning Red is above The Incredibles. Not above Toy Story 3, but above The Incredibles for me.
Talk to me.
Okay, gotcha. So Turning Red is a super important film because not only did it piss everybody off by how real it was, but fucking the moral at the end where like basically do your own thing is such a frowned upon moral, and fucking Pixar had the balls to fucking lock in on it. Like you can't tell me that that's not fire.
Yeah, like the way the movie ended, like I was like, oh man.
The way the movie, she literally said, "No, mom, I'm still not doing what you want." I'm like,
exactly. They didn't even do a compromise when you think about it, because sometimes that's what they try to find, like the middle ground.
They always do that.
They didn't do that here. They literally stuck to the guns for this teenage girl to say, no, I am an independent person. I am my own thing. I can do what I want. Okay, I'm old enough to be able to make decisions for myself without having to make a compromise in that.
And they locked in on that. They locked in, like, cause like there's a lot of films that are pussy about that. Like they're like, nah, fucking kids shouldn't be able to do whatever they want. And like fucking like I wouldn't say she's even a kid. Like she's like this is 13. A turning of age movie. She's like 13.
They're like 13. Exactly.
This is a coming of age movie that like deals with the like fact of like, hey man, my parent is wrong, and I have to accept that they're wrong, and I'm not gonna fight them that they're wrong. I'm just gonna like do my own thing, which is super great. Like that's a super good moral to me.
Right, exactly. Like they actually tackled like growing up in a genuine way, and it's like they got into the stuff that most time everyone's genuinely afraid to talk about. They got into puberty. They got into periods.
Dude, they mentioned tampons within the same
movie.
Exactly.
Like they actually mentioned that. It's like, yeah, that's important. These things are important. These are, and it's normalizing this stuff. It's like we can talk about this stuff without feeling like, oh, that's that's improper or some shit like that.
The best part about this movie, man, is how many people were pissed off that like it was so good. Right. Like I know there were so many people that was trying to like make the comment of like, man, I'm a boy. Why am I learning about fucking periods in this little girl? She's so annoying. WTF? And I'm like, No, you don't. Since you don't get it, this movie ain't for you, bro. Like,
Right, it's not, bro. Like, you're basically making it clear that it's like, yeah, you can't watch this. You're not gonna get it because you're just not willing to accept that it's actually saying something very potent that doesn't get touched upon a lot. You know, like they don't touch upon puberty that well. A lot of time it's just playing the haha jokes and stuff. Even in like fucking Big Mouth. Like that played it up a big time in the jokes. They got a little bit more real, sure, because they could get gross about it, but it still was. It didn't feel as genuine. Whereas this one feels way more genuine. Like it's like, oh no, this is how you could tackle this properly, and without having to stoop to raunchiness or anything like that, or make it so it's like, yeah, this is kind of gross. Or anything.
Absolutely.
Like you're just being regular about this. You're being normal about it by just talking about it genuinely.
Literally fucking like this is probably I'm probably gonna say this is probably one of the best coming of age movies I've ever seen. Like this shit blew my mind, and like I hate that I'm like super old that like it came out now. I really wish this came out like a whole lot sooner. But damn, like the fact that we finally got something like this is like super important. And the ending is like super great because like there's still kids to this day that are like, it's hard to say like defying their parents or whatever, but like, man, there's so many people afraid to do their own thing that is fucking nuts, dude.
Exactly. Like literally the way it ends is like, yeah, so she's her own person now. You gotta let her like leave the nest. Not leave the nest in this since she's 13, but like you gotta let her actually finally find herself.
Pick the stuff that she likes and stuff like that. And a lot of parents were mad at that moral too because they were like, "Oh, this movie wants fucking our kids to fucking defy us." Like they
you need to be defied if you're this strict. Like, come on.
If you looked at the lesson like that, you're the problem. Like, I don't understand.
Exactly. Like this movie is speaking directly to you. That it's like you need to chill out and let your kid be like grow up and actually be their own individual person.
Of course, mistakes will be made and whatever, but like that's why you're the parent. You can like stick there for that. Yeah, like just let them do their own thing, man. I don't know, like fucking Turning Red was fucking incredible. That shit blew my mind.
It was so good, so good. And now, so I know, but like that's my thing. Is like we're in this era now, with Pixar, and they've just been doing great. They're like in a really good standpoint now. It's
Bro,
like
I already know where you're going with this.
And this is why it pains me that we get into this bullshit, bro. This was
to go from Turning Red to fucking Lightyear is like the biggest like dystopian like what happened?
It genuinely is like how, man, and it's like, oh, it's because I'm pretty sure it's because the heads at Disney are just like, no, keep the sequels going, because that's what makes the most of our money now. And it's like, and it sucks so damn much now because a lot of these original movies aren't going to theaters. It's like they're finally getting their head out of their asses when we get to Elemental, and that shit's actually making good bank, and it's breaking some records now.
I wasn't expecting that, by the way. I was not.
Nobody was. So it's like, oh, good, finally they're learning. But damn, man, y'all had to screw it up with Lightyear, man. Lightyear.
So, as a Toy Story fan, I can genuinely say, why the fuck was this made? Like, who was asking for that?
Nobody.
I remember seeing the trailers and I was like, I'm not excited for that at all.
No, I wasn't. I was like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's bad trailer-sitis, because Pixar usually doesn't have very good trailers. So maybe it's going to be better. Like, maybe it'll be reminiscent to the Star Command series. Nope.
They did their own thing.
Like, oh my God. I'm like, the blueprint was right there. All they had to do was do the Star Command series.
They had an established universe, man. How the fuck did they fuck up?
Exactly. We already know there's some lore to Buzz Lightyear. You could have just made the pilot into a bigger, grander, epic movie, and that would have been like, there, perfect, bravo. I love it. We're good.
And then they try to smother it by saying like, no, but this is the movie that Andy watched to get into Buzz Lightyear. And I'm like, get
out
your
of here,
bitch ass up. What the fuck? Why
get the fuck out of here,
why'd
bro?
you even add that? That made it worse for them somehow.
That was the biggest lie of all fucking time. I'm like, no kid watching this movie would say this is their favorite movie. Like, there's no color, there's no interesting atmosphere or aliens or nothing. You're just in this big
the worst twist,
nothing.
by the way, the worst twist I've ever seen.
Oh my god, this
damn
damn twist. The fact that they thought they was doing something with this shit. They thought they were doing something with this shit. It's like, yeah, the twist is the real villain was yourself. I'm like, who did you let M. Night Shyamalan in the damn writer's room?
Bro, as soon as I saw that, I was like, I could have sworn Zurg was Buzz's father. What the fuck is going on?
That's my thing. And then the fact that they had the gall to try to tease it like that. It's like when Buzz called him Dad, he was like, Dad? Which, in hindsight, wouldn't have made it better because it's like, well, y'all didn't build towards that at all. So it's like, what the fuck? But the fact that it's like, nope, it was Buzz the whole time. I'm like, we done lost the damn plot here. We lost all of the plot.
The movie
here.
derailed immediately after that for me.
I was so
I started thinking, like, the movie was already bad, but like fucking like that at that point, if I was in the theater when I watched it, which I wasn't, I probably would have walked out. I'm not gonna lie, I probably would have been in my first walkout.
Bro, the way they tried to act like, oh yeah, these got these are what the Space Rangers look like. I'm like, they were explorationist people who just like excavated. I'm like, come on, man, that's not a Saturday morning cartoon. That's not something that's exactly the shit from Star Command was like, there we go. That makes sense. I can see anybody becoming a fan of that because he's doing all these tricks. They're cracking jokes all the time. It's all fun and campy as hell. Like,
everybody was fighting on Star Command. They're literally just Space Rangers. That's literally what the concept was. I don't understand how they fucked that up.
It's like all you had to do was just follow the blueprint. It was right there waiting for you. It was right. But
the worst part is, man, have you heard that like none of those guys watched Star Command or even like dabbled within that like whole like arc of Buzz before they wrote that movie? They're like, oh, I mean, we could watch this, but like we don't want to.
I'm just like, we're going to watch this and we're going to emulate it just because it would be a slam dunk and people would actually like it.
I didn't know that shit existed, man. That's the worst part.
Oh, that sucks. Disney should have pointed them in the direction. They should have been like, hey, we also did something before with Buzz Lightyear so maybe look at that as a little bit of reference to help you along in your writing. Like, I don't know why they didn't do that. I would have been like, that absolute, like, come on, man. It was weird.
I can faithfully say this movie didn't need to be made, and we still would have lived the exact same way that we're living now.
We would be. It's just like, and it's still a part of it, in a sense, part of Toy Story's thing, and it's like, come on, man.
Fuck,
that's why I'm not having much hope for Toy Story 5 because I'm like, come on, man, y'all got lucky with 4. Like, you got lucky with 4, but I don't know what the hell you could try to do with 5, especially if you try to bring back Woody like that already. It's like, wow, you made 4 useless. You made 4 such a useless film now. If they bring Woody back,
4 would go down a tier if fucking if 5 ends up fucking rewriting fucking like what we already established.
Exactly, like I'd have to bump it right back down because it's like, yeah, you screwed up your ending.
Fucking retconning is the worst thing you can do. In general. But now we're down to Elemental.
Yep. In our moment.
And I can confidently say. Oh, that's crazy. Well, it's the last movie.
Yep.
Elemental had the worst marketing ever, and
and
ended up being a good movie. Who'd have thunkin', right? Who'd have thunkin'?
It ended up being a really fucking. It's like going into this movie, I was like, I want to see what this is gonna be because I was really curious about the whole way they were animating it. It's like everything is a particle, which is like, whoa, that's different. Like if ever we've seen that, it didn't look good. Or
Bro, like that's
great.
like mad rendering, bro. Like fucking they
So
got a
much
supercomputer on that fucking holy shit.
Exactly. And like when I went and saw it, I was like, oh, we're still very much on the whole cultural aspect of Pixar. Like the way it's done, I was like, oh, like we did. Okay, technically first we did Irish or Scottish culture poorly,
Yeah.
and then came Hispanic culture, great. Then came
Yes.
Black culture, excellent. Asian culture, excellent. And then we come to Elemental, and it's like, oh, and Turning Red was Chinese culture, and then we come to Elemental, Thai culture, and I was like, oh, okay, they still can do this stuff, and it still resonates, and even still it's more universal, even though it's like kind of Thai, it's sort of Thai culture, like an allegory to Thai culture.
I knew what you meant. Yeah.
And like, but it's a very universal message of immigrants. Like
Absolutely.
Like, it's the story of immigrants, and it's genuinely real about it. It's like it's telling both, and it's managed. It's like this is where it's like, oh, we're kind of back at Pixar being able to make it all come together, like build up towards it, and then put it all together in one thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it has everything. It has a deep personal message, obviously, that a lot of people can easily agree with, or find themselves in, and it also tells a really strong, potent story that an audience that really resonates with what's going on in real life, you know. But
so my question to you is, how do you feel about the comparison of Zootopia to this movie? Because basically the stance is the elements and obviously the animals are like a representation of races. And like fucking having like racist mix and like fucking having like, you know, fucking this, that, and the third about like how cultures like connect and like disconnect and stuff like that. It's just an allegory of like, yeah, man, it's real life, but like now you're looking at it through like an even bigger lens, because like you can actually see like fucking how weird we look with fucking reacting this way to certain people and stuff like that, which like Zootopia also did. So like,
right.
I would say like, I ain't gonna say like this is Pixar's Zootopia, but like it's eerily close, is it not?
It is eerily close, but the biggest thing is that this is going to hold up a lot better in the years, where Zootopia already kind of aged itself and kind of fucked up.
Oh my god, bro! You're telling me?
Like once Bree brought up the fact that it's like, yeah, that shit reminded us of the fact that it's like it ends with Nick becoming a cop. It's like, oh no,
terrible, bad ending.
It's like, oh yeah, nah, that ain't holding no water. Okay,
that ain't it.
So with Elemental, it understood the allegory a lot better by breaking them up into different groups, because like with Zootopia, it's like, oh, we're breaking them up into two groups, and it's like, that is not how racism is. Okay,
no.
Like,
well,
there's facets of this shit.
I say like there's like comparison between light skins and dark skins, but like I wouldn't say it's like that black and white about it.
Yeah, it's not. And like with Elemental, they were smart with doing all the different elements, or doing different elements and such. So
yeah,
I think that's what propels it over on that front for me. And then, like I said, you have the characters. They're really good. They're all like enjoyable, and you easily get on board all of them, like with their stories. Like like I said, this was a culmination film of everything that Pixar was able to build up in the years to it. You know, starting from like Coco, basically.
Ooh.
Like, and honestly, to that degree is why I put it. Oof. Now we get into tricky territory, because I can justify Timeless.
Oh shit!
But where do I justify it? Because
Fuck.
because it's
Is
a
it
great
better than
movie.
Toy Story? Let's talk about that. Is it better than Toy Story?
A lot can be better than Toy Story simply because Toy Story has the animation problem. The first one.
Yeah, correct. Have you seen a dog?
Yeah.
Yeah.
fucking crackhead Spuds McKenzie.
Fucking. I would say that it's not better than 2, but it's better than Monsters Inc. How you feel about that?
That's my thing. I feel like I can put it a little above 2 because it also because one animation wise it excels past it.
Absolutely. Fucking holy shit. The rendering alone is like amazing, dude.
Like a lot is working for it in that time. And then we come to Incredibles, which Incredibles is still really good and it has a good message, but I think Elementals edges it through because it's that much more
man.
And now we get to Turning Red.
I could personally say that it's probably not passing that. I watched the same movie you did, and Turning Red's ending alone was one of the most like ballsy moves you could do. Elemental has like something like I ain't gonna say I have seen before, but I feel like I can see that like within writing aspect of like that being done again. While like Turning Red, but a lot of people are afraid to make fucking movies like Turning Red.
Okay. You convinced me there.
Nah.
You convinced me because I really was thinking about it, but you are right with Turning Red because literally in Turning Red's case is the fact that it literally defied expectations. You know
Absolutely.
what I'm saying? It defied a standard, and that's so interesting because the fact that the story itself is about defiance. It defied shit in real life.
Disney did this. Like, that's just
and yeah, it's
Disney.
It's Disney that did this. So the fact that it's on that type of levels puts it up there low key. It just makes the most sense. Like because all these like now looking through Timeless, it's like all these line up so well. Like WALL-E still potent to this day. Toy Story 3 still fairly potent, but not as much because we're kind of breaking out of it a little bit.
Yes.
Turning Red, still potent, massively potent because so many parents want to be controlling, especially if you think about it in terms of like transgender youth. Like that's big time. Like that's gonna resonate big time on that.
That's beyond like fucking Turning Red might be like a timeless movie in general. Like just like the becoming years. I don't think anything's gonna like top that.
That's my thing is that it's like even though it takes place in a clear time period of the 2000s and like it's playing into that, it still feels like it's kind of acting as a time capsule, but at the same time,
it's a concept
like
that's not touched. World. It's a concept that's not touched, and fucking the fact that we didn't even mention that this girl turns into a red panda this entire movie.
We weren't even focusing on the thing that's supposed to make us want to watch it in the first place.
Bro, fucking, we focus on the thing that's beyond that. That's what makes that movie so good.
Like, exactly, bro. And, like, that's why I'm just like, so Turning Red, it's like some people don't like it because the humor is so loud and rambunctious, and it's like, hey, that's what a lot of teenagers are like.
It's like, holy shit, you never seen a kid?
Think back to this time. Really think back to when you were a kid. You cannot pretend you were that, like, not like that. Most kids around you even were not that rambunctious and crazy and all that and hyper obsessed with pop culture stuff. Exactly. They're still like this to this day, and that's what Mutant Mayhem was pointing out. And like it's like that's what I'm telling you, bro. Like Turning Red makes absolute perfect sense because it's a defiant movie about defiance.
I really wanted you to make a video on that one old dude's tweet about fucking Mutant Mayhem because I knew you had a lot to say after you saw that shit.
Bro, that's why I did did this stream. I'm probably gonna keep it going like this because this is fun as shit, bro. Because like. I mean, every now and then, like, obviously the discourse is not going to be as big. Like, even in the discourse I was talking about, it's like, yeah, this is mostly all Twitter stuff and such,
Yes.
but
It's just a bad take that everybody took too seriously. But that one, I feel like most people are thinking like that. Like I feel like a whole bunch of old people like, what kind of kid is talking like that? Like, yeah, have you been outside, dude? Like, what?
exactly. It's like, have you not? It's like, have you not seen how these kids are acting? Have you not looked at a TikTok? Like, this is exactly how they're acting. Like, it's exactly like that. What the fuck?
Bacon, egg, and cheese.
Bacon, egg, and cheese. Bacon, egg, and cheese.
But yeah, like the whole column of timeless, like it reaches the word perfectly because like those are all the movies that you can confidently say to somebody like, yeah, like you probably need to watch that. That's actually a super important movie.
Right. Exactly. Like, I think with how this all plays out, these all make perfect sense. Toy Story easily still stays timeless simply because it's like it changed the industry. Like it because of that factoid, it automatically earns that spot.
Bro, nobody thought that 3D movies could fucking be theatrical, and that movie fucking changed the game, literally.
Exactly. Like, nobody was thinking this could work, but it did, and now they're sitting on a big billion-dollar empire of like 3D movies and such. Like, everybody knows the name whenever a Pixar
everybody's
movie is
doing
up.
it. Literally, everybody's doing it now.
Yeah. Like, so many are doing it, and now we're getting into a new era where people are getting stylized like 3D animated movies now, like with Spider-Verse and TMNT and Mitchell's versus the Machine and all that. It's like we're finally learning different techniques that can go. Now we can blend 2D animation with 3D animation.
It took 20 years, but I'm very glad that like people are like, oh, we can do 3D a different way.
Yeah.
That's just blowing people's mind.
Like, we finally can like see unique styles. We can really showcase the power of animation and really elevate this stuff again. Like we got to get back to innovating. That's what it was back in the day. It's like, let's bring it back now, but with 3D. You know, get back to experimenting, and we're finally back into that, and we're seeing boundaries be pushed. We're seeing good, unique art styles. You know, we're getting good shit.
I will never forget the story of like Shrek fucking like breaking people's computers because of the fucking hair follicles on Donkey. Like fucking we came a long way, guys. We came a long way.
Right, bro. I remember always looking back on those little like animation glitch bloopers on the DVD. It's like, man,
it was so common. It was so fucking common, dude.
I love looking at them type of shits, bro. Like I remember I watched it. It was Looney Tunes Back in Action, like the behind the scenes stuff for that. I was like, oh, I always kept rewatching that stuff. I was like, I like this, man.
Super interesting stuff.
It was all
I know exactly the bloopers you're talking about.
Yeah, it was good, man.
But that does it. That does it for the tier list.
Yep. Overall, I feel fairly certain this was this is more a safe tier list. I don't know.
I would say, objectively speaking, this is one of those tier lists where, like, if a person was to like see it on Twitter, the only like qualm they will have is like, oh, this is my favorite movie, and I think it would be higher. But I think, like, objectively speaking, this is probably the list because like you had a second opinion on it too. So like you can't say like you were like opinionated that entire time.
Right. And like that's my thing. Like, as I was doing it, I was like, I'm trying to be as genuine and authentic about all these things. And I know some people, because a lot of people are very much in the vein of thinking anything new from Pixar is just not as good. And I'm just like, and going into this, I was thinking, no, Pixar is in a much better spot now than they were.
What would you say that era started, where people were like saying like, oh, like Pixar ain't good anymore? Would you say like that was during the sequels area,
Definitely.
or like was it before that?
It was the sequels. It was those sequels. They fucked them up hard. People had bad expectations every time a new movie would come out. Even when it was a new, unique movie, they still would be like, oh, because they still had new movies that weren't even doing great, like with Brave and such.
So I would say that Brave was like the straw that broke the camel's back for like commoners. Like fucking people were like, oh yeah, nah, like I'm just not gonna give him a chance anymore because like that movie was bad.
it's exactly that. Like they gave up by that point. People were just like, I don't give a fuck anymore about this. Like, and Like it was just one of those things where it's like, because it's like, oh, that was the last bastion of hope for people. They're like, I'm thinking, yeah, like the original movies, they still do good on those, right? And Brave comes out and it's like it was screwed over by production hell, and that's just how it is.
Oh, bro, people are donating, bro. They fucking
It's
Keandre again.
Yeah, Fortnite. This man gave me like $105 basically, like rounding it up. You got a great list and you should be proud of it. Thanks, Keandre.
Oh man, he really came through, man. He loved this stream.
He did, man. I'm sure everybody else, like, sound off in chat if y'all were enjoying the stream. This was fun. It went longer than I wanted to. I originally was planning for this to be at max maybe 2 hours.
Gotcha. But then the second opinion came in, so like it left room for debate.
Exactly. Like, it genuinely left room. Like, I'm glad you showed up because it left room for a lot more. Like, I feel like this probably would have went by significantly faster if it was by myself.
No, absolutely, it absolutely would have. But I would have saw Toy Story 4 and Timeless, and I would have questioned you afterwards.
But yeah, because I was definitely feeling it. I was like, yeah, I'll do it. But like, you actually convinced me. I was like, okay, yeah, it's great, but there is a little bit like, one, it could get knocked down easily because Toy Story 5 comes along, and hell, it can get knocked down from here. Or knocked down
honestly, bro, we talked about that twice. How like fucking that shit can just move.
It really can, and it's just like, damn, man, they really. Like, you gotta keep this crap going. It's like, just stop. But yeah, man.
But yeah, let's get some acknowledgement to the chat. We got Thami Lamb. I came late. Glad you had fun. Elemental had so many problems for me personally as an Asian American who had the same upbringing as Ember. Oh, that's interesting. I haven't heard an opinion like that actually.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I've seen a few people say they don't like it, but they never get the biggest thing is when people talk about they don't like it because it's woke or something like that, and they won't give an actual real reason. So I don't know with this. I'm
gonna say like that was the same reason with Red. There was like it was woke. What about periods? Like,
right.
Like that's just real. That's just
like
real.
Those shits exist, dumbass. Like, come on. It's like, give me like 20 minutes, I can give. We ain't got 20 minutes.
Oh man, I don't know about that with Tommy, but like we appreciate your input though. We appreciate.
Yeah, it's interesting to know at least. But yeah, but yeah, this was still pretty fun. Like, I'll probably keep this type of stuff going. Keep it more based around like cartoon discussion. I don't know about visual like stuff.
Someone asked actually if you're gonna bring the VODs to Patreon, and I don't remember you like unlisting your VODs actually. Like I think I'm about to say like don't you leave those up?
Yeah, if you go to there's a playlist called Streams and Highlights and I think I have that as a tab on the channel page.
I think there's a new live tab actually where like it just like separates live streams from the videos now, right?
Oh yeah, from right they do. Yeah, there's a new like separate tab for that. So simply put, it's like, yeah, just go to that little tab and you'll see like all my past streams. Like, I call it streams a highlight, but eventually that's gonna be a bit of a eventually in terms of the highlights, because like that means I gotta download so much of them shits and then edit them. I'm like, oh,
bro, cutting down like fucking like the best bits is like the hard part, because like you gotta like figure out like, oh, like is that the best bit? Like, is it not?
And then you gotta try to remember where you were talking about it, so it's like, oh god, I gotta scrub through all this crap.
Yeah, like whenever your channel gets bigger, you can like easily like just get somebody like compilation your shit for you. But
right.
until the time being, I don't think he's gonna dabble into that anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm really not. It's gonna be a minute for that, but yeah, this was fun. Thanks to everybody who donated. Y'all still should be able to donate, because there's also the little PayPal that you can go to.
Didn't you make a new feature for your channel? Actually, did you announce that?
Yes, I announced there's a new feature for the channel that I set up yesterday, and now we have channel memberships. So if you want, instead of going to Patreon and having to do donations or like wanting to support the channel through Patreon, now you can just directly do it from YouTube. I'm still keeping the Patreon up if you want to do it that way. Like, that's an option for you. But you can do, if you do channel memberships, you get an exclusive thing, that being badges and like special gift sets and such. And
are you able to give people videos early through the membership thing?
yes, you can. You will be able to get episodes early or get videos early, as alongside like the patrons as well.
Oh, it's like, are you eventually going to like migrate eventually to like the YouTube one because like it's more user friendly?
I did a poll and the majority said that it's okay to just do both. So I was thinking, sure, let's just keep it to both. And I even put out a little update to like patrons that it's like, if you want to migrate, it's okay, but if you want to stay, that's fine too. I'm not like the benefits are all basically the same, but you know, joining through like becoming a channel member, you do get the badges, you get the gift sets and all that, I can get more gifts done for it if like as more people join, you know, the channel. So you know, it's like, just go to that little like thing at the bottom that you see.
Like, super clutch. Yeah, like it's just a join button. It literally just says the word join. Click it. It's gonna show you like what you have available to right use here as soon as you join.
Like, yeah, soon go to the channel page or any of my videos. There should be like a little thing at the bottom left of the video itself that just says join. Like, it's right next to the other stuff. So yeah, you know, and you get the same benefits as all. They're all laid out. You know, $1 mainly just gets your name at the end of videos. And
I think I'm gonna end up doing that too. How easy was it to implement, or like did it take some like time to fucking like
it was
register?
Literally, I just copy and pasted from the Patreon basically. Like, I literally could just like copy and paste a lot of like the perks. Basically, I just had Patreon open on the other and like, you know, just pushed it on over. But
that's actually really good to know. That's really good to know. Oh, dude, Jose Menunos said that he'll highlight your stream bots for free. I don't think you should be doing that, man. Come on, you can make your own videos within that time frame, man.
Yeah, if anything,
it'll be nice if you did that, but like, you know, you just know that you don't have to do that.
Yeah. For now, we'll hold off on any stream highlights because I'd have to look through everything. But yeah, but it's still, like, if anybody's interested, yeah, you can support the channel, become a channel member. You get badges, you get a gift set, or you can go through Patreon, as you see at the little bottom left of the screen. Or bottom right of the screen. What am I doing? I'm all twisted. Stream for 5 hours. I'm tired.
It's been 5 hours, man. Go ahead and sign off, man. Go ahead.
But yeah, let's change it over. Like, say thanks everybody for watching. Hope y'all had a good time. This was fun, and I want to say good night. And always remember, it's just a thought.